T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
This song's not gonna get old.
Oh Lord.
Ho ho ho, you filthy animals. Merry Christmas. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Ha ha ho 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 ho.
I can't help myself, guys. I can't help myself. You know, the sad part is I can't hear that when you guys are hearing it. But I listened to it so many times this weekend. It still makes me laugh just watching it. Oh man, no, I have not shaved the beard yet, guys. It's 90 or Christmas, whichever comes last. I don't know. I might keep it. I don't know. It's starting to grow on me. Well, it's been growing on me, but it's starting to grow. Guys, I have had one heck of a weekend. One heck of a weekend. I always tell you guys to spend time with family, spend time with kids, spend time with pets, and then go beat up kids on if you don't have any of those, go beat up on kids on the internet on video games. And I didn't listen to my own advice this weekend. I literally sat and number crunched and um, went back and forth with these think tanks about what was going on, and um, it felt like surreal. It felt really surreal. I can't really put it in any other terms. I wish I could record like key moments of some of those talks and some of the things that were said so that I could play them back to you guys and you could hear them. But um, but I don't do that. I need to start taking like a notepad and just like scribbling down like the things that really stand out in my mind. But I'm telling you guys right now that I'm expecting this. I'm expecting this pre-market drop down in price. But I want you guys, the very first thing you do every single morning before you look at anything is you look at that volume and you start training yourself to see that volume for what it is. And I'm telling you guys, when I woke up this morning, I just looked at that and I was like, wow, here we go. That's amazing volume. 413,000. We still got 50 minutes left before we get our pokey stick of volume. We might hit 500K. And with the pokey stick of volume, I don't think it'll make a million. It'll probably make like 200,000 on top of the 500, which will put us at like 700,000 by 7 a.m. But let me finish turning off a few things here in the house. Internet-wise. The kids are off school now. So there's going to be competition between me and the kids with internet connectivity. So I can already tell you guys it's not going to be good. But and we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can work with. We'll see if we can't get the kids to stay off of at least one, only have one device at a time, and we'll work with it. We'll see what happens. I'm ready for it. Alrighty, let's start digging into some of these numbers. Let's see what you guys are saying here. All right, let's dive into these numbers. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see how many shares they're borrowing. Let's see all this good stuff. I guess I'll take you over to the stats page. I'm gonna take you to the stats page and back real quick. I just want to make sure something doesn't happen. Okay, if I have Santa Claus set up to come on and give us a nice message there, he'll do it every single time I switch pages. I just had to make sure I had him turned off. Unless you guys want to hear it every single time I switch pages, which I doubt you do. I'm just going to do that just just in the mornings an opening for this week, and then I'll get rid of it. Man, I wish you guys could be in my shoes this weekend and just having seen like all the great information that I saw being passed back and forth. I think one of the telltale signs, and I don't know if Father's watching or not right now, but one of the telltale signs is OBV, on balance volume. I think that probably is one of the best indicators right now as to telling us what our future looks like. So if you know what that is, we'll take a look at it here in just a second. I'm starting up my Fidelity. Let's take a look at OBV real quick before I take you guys back to the other page. So I'm gonna add. You're gonna notice my RSI indicator looks a little jacked up right now. You can blame AP. He's got me looking at 3 different RSI indicators. The one that you guys are normally used to seeing. I'm gonna actually open this up here just a little bit so you can see. Oh, that's not it. So you can see it a little bit better, so you know what I'm talking about. But when I'm looking at RSI, what I have going on here is 3 different data points, 3 different timelines. One pulls from 6 minutes or 6 periods, one pulls from 14 periods, and one pulls from 24. And normally it does 14. 14 is the default, but Webull allows you to track 3 different points. So we've got 6, 14, and 24. So the one you're normally used to seeing is the green one. So when you look at RSI, watch that green one. The short term would be the I believe the yellow one, and then the red one's kind of like the longer RSI outlook. It's gonna help us see like more impacting long-term trends versus short-term trends. So just kind of explaining why you see 3 different lines there for RSI. But the green number, this last value here that you see, will be the one that we're currently at. So I'll try to make sure that I express that to you guys a little bit later. But I'm gonna add OBV real quick here so you guys can see what OBV is, and I'll explain it. And then I'm gonna move to the 1 hour time mark, and I'm gonna show you how historically how this is significant. Actually, I'm gonna go to the daily. Well, it's probably easier to see it's easier to see on the 1 hour than it is on the daily interval. But if we move back, for example, to June, you'll see something very similar happening where OBV is kind of steady leading up, and there's a little bit of a jump as price increases a little bit, and then it goes down, it falls a little bit, and then it starts on the first few days, specifically like 524. You can see OBV having a little bit of a blip there, right? As we zoom in on this just a tad bit here on the 24th, 524, you'll see OBV kicks up just a tad, and then the next day on the 25th, it kicks up even more, and then OBV really starts just taking off here. And then if we zoom over to where we're currently at, and you'll see that as price peaks and then starts to fall a little, OBV doesn't really fall as much, which, from my understanding of OBV, how it works, is basically kind of telling you that, like, you know, this falling in price isn't necessarily volume related. So OBV doesn't really drop a whole bunch. So anyways, we scroll over and we make it to current date, and look at that spike right there. We'll zoom in on this on OBV, and you can see from Friday a really big spike in OBV, and that's your volume. That's your volume and your price kicking in, and it's telling you, it's a signal indicator to tell you that this is real. This isn't just a fake push upwards. This is a real push upwards. And if you look at it on a daily, it's a little bit harder to see, but you can see the spike coming in here. But it's actually a really good indicator to look at to see, you know, if a trend is volume based or not. And in this particular case, it is. Everything that we just had happen on Friday is a volume based trend. Which, I mean, obviously, I mean, you guys saw it. You know it. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. I'm going to open up to the side here. Congratulations, guys. For those who have been waiting anxiously for blow to happen, we're there. We're there. Let's plug in those numbers real quick. We hit 29.12. And we hit volume for the day. Let me refresh this screen real quick and make sure I get the right volume numbers. Let's correct the days before that got readjusted, just in case here. 107. So this one got corrected. So, boom, huge. This is like the #1 indicator you could possibly have. I mean, this is textbook blow. Absolute textbook blow. 19.1% increase in price, 231% increase in volume, day over day. That you can't get more textbook than that. That is just a massive. I mean, it's just it hits you in the face like, wake up, something is happening. And it's going to continue to happen. So, again, this suck, squeeze, bang, blow period, guys, has the cycle that we've been in is by far the largest cycle of suck, squeeze, bang, blow that we have seen to date for the year. Massive. So normally the blow, like for example, in the last cycle was only 2 days long. The cycle before that was 3, 6, 7 days long. 5 days long on the one before that. January's run up was 3, 6 days long. Last year there was only 1 day of blow on the cycle from last year, but yeah, this is by far one of the largest cycles we have had, spanning how many days is this? 72 days so far. I think the highest number on record for our cycles was 35. So we have many days to come of blow. I'm not I try to stress to you guys that this is never about trying to predict the future. It just tells you what cycle we're in. So I can't really tell you how long it's going to last for. Son of a gun. I hate it. I hate it when I can't get something right the first time. There's only 4 trading days this week, guys. There's only 4 trading days this week. We have Monday through Thursday. No volume prediction for me just yet. I mean, we're still we still haven't hit 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, but based on the current trends, I'd say we're looking at definitely over what we had on Monday's Friday's volume. So yeah, let's take a look at the rest of the data. Let me see what else you guys are saying real quick here. Let's see. Scrolling back up a little bit. Good morning, Saint Manet. Good morning, Empire Fire. Good morning, Remtac. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Fish Killer. And good morning, Sandy. All right, let's move on to the data and see what's actually going on here. We need to see the goods. Let me update a couple screens real quick here so you guys aren't looking at some junky screens. I have to admit, guys, I woke up on time today, and I laid in bed and had conversations with people before coming down and actually trying to even think about what to get ready for, what I needed to do for the day, and um, why do they still have Fidelity still has last week's data up here? I don't know why. Wait a minute. Oh no, it doesn't. Huh. Okay. Well, we'll get to that in just a second. One last. Keep up with the latest trades, guys. Good old Fintel letting us know. Good on you. I'll probably have to re-update that screen here in a second. It looks like just a note, institutional share ownership is still the same because I'm probably going to get an ad that pops back up on that one again. All right, let's do price predictions tallies. We got to see what we did. Starting on the top left-hand corner, we're going to go through all the data here. Let's see. My price prediction was wrong. Eric's price prediction was wrong. Duncan's price prediction was wrong. Monty's price prediction was wrong. We were all wrong. I got to add another tally mark to the missed column over here. Guys, we had a terrible week. We lost to the missed column. We should be hanging our heads very low because that's not cool. But I tell you what though, one of the biggest indicators that I have seen that something is amuck or about to happen is when all four of us can't seem to hit the price targets. I mean, with a $3 range and 4 people guessing, and you can't hit it, something's amiss. and we all missed 3 times. And the week before that, I think we missed 3 times, maybe 4. So yeah, it's gonna start getting tough. It's gonna start getting really tough trying to guess what the price prediction is gonna be. $3 is gonna seem like not enough. I don't even know what I'm gonna do when it starts getting up really super high. We might have to change some of the value, like how much price range we have to guess by. Moving to the off exchange. No, let's go to short exempt volume. True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. We need to take a look at that. So on Friday, our short exempt volume was 585.6 thousand shares. So definitely an increase, but still not. I'd love to see it over 1 million. Anything over 1 million, I think, is a really good number. Taking a look at utilization. If utilization is updated, which it does appear that it is. I just updated Ortex, showing 81.2. So definitely an increase there. And we'll take a look at why. And then our day-over-day price increase was 19.1%. There's one of 3. And I'll tell you what, guys. In my opinion, even if the next 2 days aren't big days, which I'm not really expecting, but if they're not, that 1 day increase in price is almost enough. We would only need, in my opinion, to make this indicator a hit. We only need to hit like 2 or 3%, like day over day in the next few days to be within the target range for that being a green point. Going to the off exchange. Oh, by the way, guys, True Demon put out a video this weekend He put out a video. It was really kind of ironic. This is one of the touching points, I guess, from this week for me. He put out a video this weekend. I think it was on maybe Friday that he put the video out. He's actually doing YouTube videos, believe it or not. I actually didn't. I think I knew, but I didn't really know. Like I wasn't watching or something. But I didn't know he had a video out, and I sent him a message and I said, actually, I'll just read it to you guys. I'll read you the message that I wrote to him. And I don't know. I honestly don't know why I didn't send it sooner because the flag was. I said, "Hey, bud, should have given you a heads up 2 days ago, like I did somebody else. But the failure delivers that got trapped on AMC over the last few weeks are going to be hitting that T35 mid-January, and we are hitting a Hamamatsu squeeze now." And I said, "Buy while you can." And I don't proofread my writing all the time before I send it. I'm like, I have one of those habits. I'm one of those people that just hit send. I like to type it out and then I just send without looking to see what I wrote. And I didn't write Hamamatsu. I put, what did I put? Oh, I put gamma. I meant to write gamma in there. I wrote, and we're hitting a gamma squeeze now. And it changed gamma to Hamamatsu. I was like, Hamamatsu? What? So I had to look it up. I was like, what the hell is Hamamatsu? And I'm destroying the name, by the way. It's Hamamatsu or something like, I don't know. I can't say it right, but I looked it up. It's a place in Japan. No idea. I've never heard of it my entire life. So apparently now gamma squeezes are called Hamamatsu. So if you hear and you know what it is, you know what it is now. And it was funny. I looked up for what the Japanese meaning for the word is, like how did it get its name? And let me see if I can find it here. One second. So the Japanese icons that they use, like the I don't know what to call that, but the writing, there's two symbols for Hamamatsu, and one of them means seacoast, beach, seashore, and the other symbol means pine trees. And so I decided to put together a haiku in honor of Hamamatsu squeeze that we're about to see, and it's I'll read you my haiku. This poetry by Santa. Beach pounded by waves, rock giving way to water, trees marking hold line. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I can hear the clapping. I really can. So, I'm telling you guys, I've had a fun weekend. I had a fun weekend. Let's take a look at off exchange. How much was stuffed into that off exchange? 58.72% into the off exchange, 11.94% into the CBOE EDGX, giving us a grand total of dark pool. What we used to consider as dark pool data as, if I can add 69, 70s, like 70 something percent. Massive amount of volume stuffed away into the closet that nobody wants to talk about. Massive. Do remember, guys, I can't read what you're writing until after I get back to the main page. So if you guys are writing stuff, I won't see it. So hold your comments, but to me directly. You guys say whatever you want elsewise. Our short interest, estimated current short interest of the free float this morning is at 20.25. So we're starting over that 20% number that JP likes seeing. Yeah, that number is going to go up, guys. It's going to go up. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen where Fintel has blessed us with their advertisements. I will scroll down just a tad so that you can see it, hopefully. Institutional shares right there at 171,604, 171,604,000. That's where it's been all week. It's going to start dropping. I'm telling you guys right now, it's going to start dropping. There was institutions that sold somewhere between, I'm guesstimating somewhere between 20 and 30 million shares those weeks where we're dipping in price. When that finally gets reported on Fintel, we'll start seeing that dropping. Do not be afraid of that. Do not be afraid of that. Remember that Fintel takes like, I may be mistaken here, but I believe that it's on the last end of the quarter. They have 45 days to report that information. So we may not even see this until like mid-January, maybe even February before some of this data starts coming through of the sale that happened that I'm talking about. So, but it will start going down at some point. Don't freak out. It's not, it's old news. It's always old news. Taking a look at Max Payne. Where did that screen go? Oh, here it is. Nope, that's not it. There we go. 27 is what we ended on for Max Payne. I'm gonna guesstimate. I have no idea. I haven't even looked at the options yet. I'm gonna guesstimate on 33, and I'm gonna refresh this and see. 28. Okay, it's much lower than I would have expected. So we're already and pre-market on pre-market data, we're just underneath Max Payne at 27.93. Taking a look at the options chain, our lottery ticket winner, guys, at 100 and oh, it's not 145, at an $85 strike price. Okay, so it's moved down from 145 to 85, but I guarantee you those 145s are going to start picking up back here if price starts moving up quickly. At $85 strike price, there is 12.9 thousand contracts. And I know it's not just lottery ticket winners, guys. It's actually, it's more than that, but that's what I like to call it. Highest amount of call volume, currently at a $30 strike price for open interest. That is down $2 from what we ended last week with. And there's 11.1 thousand contracts. On the put side, highest amount of open interest on the put side was, we ended last week at 25. This week it looks like it might still be 25. Let me just verify. It is. It's winning by a fraction of a hair. It's like a three-way tie between 20, 23, and 25. But at a $25 strike price, moving up the goal post, or the goal line, from 20 to 25 is 10.5 thousand contracts. So our spread between highest amount of volume for calls versus puts is a $5 spread, indicating perhaps a close of somewhere around 28.50 by the end of the week. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Moving on to the other pages. Let me throw some stuff over real quick before we do. Let's take a look at Ortex, see what's going on. Oh, my stuff's still on the page. There we go. Alrighty. What should we start with first? Well, I'm going to start with the normal. On loan amount. Getting a second push down. So we have two. Let's zoom in on this just a tad. We have a little bit of a dip. There was a return of shares, guys. Based on the numbers that I was seeing, they were showing, Ortex was reporting a return of about 204,000 shares from last Friday. We did see a dip in on loan amount from 115 as a high on the 15th. Then on Thursday, it dropped down to 111.67, and then just a very small fraction of those disappeared on Friday with 111.04. So that definitely did decrease. Moving to on loan average age per day, you can see those two numbers touching and then starting to pull away from each other. I'm pretty sure you're going to start seeing some more loaning going into effect here. I'm not sure how much, but I can almost guarantee you that it won't be open interest. It'll be more than likely it'll be shares loaned to prevent price discovery, and that'll get expensive. So we'll probably start seeing cost of borrow going up. Utilization will start driving up. All those numbers will really start driving up here. You can see utilization has its upwards trend back, and then estimated short share interest of the free float dipping just a little bit, but I think we'll start seeing a return on that here today. So those numbers are all looking really good. Let me pull this up over here and see why our utilization went up. So we're going to take 111 million shares divided by our utilization to see how many shares are available to borrow in total, and that gives us 136.7. So that's actually a drop. It was 140.5. Now it's 136.7. Oops. We want to actually see that number go up. So that's not good, but it's okay. It's not a bad thing. We're going to subtract out the amount of shares that are on loan. Telling us how many shares that are left available to borrow. So on Friday, there was 28.9. The shares left to borrow is 25.708 million shares. So that's why our utilization increased, was because the amount of shares left to borrow is less. So there's less on the books, but they'll be able to find more. I promise you they will be able to find more. That's just a number. It really is just a number to figure out utilization. They will find more shares if they need them. Don't you worry. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in third, highest traded stock. We ended the week last week with 52% buys and 48% sells. I was telling you guys that, there was definitely some selling going on the way up. Today will be interesting to see if that remains to be the case. This is probably going to hit us on Tuesday. This will probably hit us in the face on Tuesday, meaning we might have a sidewards trading day on Tuesday. But if today turns into a FOMO day, and you see a lot of buyers coming to the market, it may just be that one day that we see sideways. Let's see where GME stands on the list here. GME in 25th position with highest most trades. They ended the week with 68% buying to 32% selling ratios, so their ratio looks really good. Buy to sell ratio looks awesome. Just not enough volume. And I'm telling you guys, their DRS shares is what's really screwing their volume right now. And you need volume. Volume is what you really need to get this pressure cooker cooking. And by DRSing their shares, that's causing their volume to fail, because those shares are not in play in the market, and you have to have the shares in play in market in order to get your volume. No volume, no price discovery. So their pressure cooker is kind of on hiatus. Shares available to borrow. I had this pulled up last night so I could see it, and so far this morning, let me refresh this just in case. I swear I refreshed this already. Okay. Wow. I am glad I just copied that, because I should have snipped a picture of it, but hold on 1 second, guys. 5.6. All right, so 5.6 down to 5.4. All right, I'm going to have to pull up a calculator on this one, guys. It's too early. I haven't had my coffee yet. Well, watch out. I'm angry. Let's see, what do we got here? 980. So plus 0.5. And we'll make it 1. Okay, so total right there is 0.6. And then okay, so far this morning they have borrowed a total of 5.85 million shares. There might be a few more in there that I might have missed since I didn't refresh this earlier, but we'll just miss out on that if we don't get it. So 5.85 million shares having been borrowed. You can expect that they're expecting a busy day today. That's a lot of shares to be borrowed. An average borrow rate for a normal day would be around 4.5 million. So this is definitely elevated borrowing rates going on right now. The fees are pretty low. On the calls, we have 21.1 thousand contracts in the money on this calls. Out of the money, there's 87.8 thousand contracts on the puts. Our out of the money calls this morning are, I always tell you guys I want to see that less than 100K. It's just slightly over at 125. If price shoots up pretty quickly, those should get into control. Those might be in a much better state here. And taking you guys back to the main page. The markets. I got a text this weekend. Monty texted me. He said our futures on our stock market look crap. And he basically, let me go back to his text. That's not really what he said. He said futures are down big time. That's what he said. Yeah, I'm adding it. I'm ad-libbing. At the time when he texted me yesterday, the pre-markets for the Dow Jones was already down 707 points. The S&P 500 futures were down 25 points, and the NASDAQ futures were down 168 points. You can see the eastern side of the world got lit up on Friday. Absolutely just got lit up. It's coming. Yeah. So our futures for our stock market does not look very good. The VIX, let's see, we'll skip past that because that's not going to update until the market opens. Taking a look at Tesla is down 1.89% pre-market. Hood is down 4.03. Amazon down 1.14. Cinemark down 1.17. Doge is down 4.1. Bitcoin is down 2%. I think we're gonna. One of the other things that I had big discussions we had this weekend. I'm gonna very gently warn you guys that if you own cryptocurrency, that especially Bitcoin, but if you own cryptocurrency, beware. Be very aware. There is what appears to be, this is Bitcoin we're looking at right now. There appears to be a head and shoulder pattern formation, very similar to some of the ones we've been seeing on AMC in the very recent future, for a long time now, actually. If this prediction, if this formation, if this pattern repeats itself, there's a very good chance that sometime before February, we may be looking at Bitcoin dropping down to like the mid 20,000 range. And I know I've jokingly said that AMC is going to be the next Bitcoin, but it's actually really not looking like a joke anymore. So be careful, guys. Just please be careful. Watch your money. GameStop is down 2.98% in the pre-market, and AMC is down 3.13% in the pre-market. Taking a look at the inflow versus outflow, last Friday there was more outflow than there was inflow. This is when I was telling you guys that there was some selling going on. I'm actually kind of, even though we were up 19%, I'm kind of believing the outflow a little bit here. I do think that we did have some paper hands going on. Not the end of the world. It's going to happen. We got to get rid of some of the dead weight before we can move up in price, because really it's our holding that gets us there. And then our current volume. We got like 12 more minutes before we get our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, and it's at 427.8. Moving to the daily, and you guys are going to see my RSI looking really jacked up, but it's just look at the green number that I got up here, because that's going to be the number that we want to see. But we have more buying pressure than selling pressure on a daily interval, with an RSI of 44, which is below average. On a 1 hour interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.02, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 14. That's not right. 49. It's hard for me to read. 49.27. Wait a minute. We're not looking at the right numbers here. Hold on a second. Let me just verify something. Yeah, we want the green number. Okay. I just want to make sure I was looking at the right number. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.27, which is right down the middle. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.85. And a 1-minute interval, we don't do that. All right, that's it. Those are our numbers for this morning. That's how we're looking. I see some really positive futures. As of Friday, we had something very unique happen. On Friday, we had Bitcoin, which was used to was forecasting kind of our movements. We had a flip over. We had a flip over where Bitcoin was doing the exact opposite of what AMC was doing. So as Bitcoin was dropping, we were driving up in price. So there's an inverse relationship between what happens with Bitcoin right now and what's happening with us. VIX was all over the place on Friday. It was up, it was down. It had no bearing whatsoever on our price movement upwards, which is unusual because every other point in time this entire year, whenever it goes up, we go down. So, and it ended up on the day last Friday, up 4.86. Lots of volatility, and we still ended up 19%. So some very unusual, uncharacteristic things happened on Friday. Very unusual. There was kind of a flipping of usual indicators. Hopefully you guys were able to get in on the NFT stuff this weekend. I didn't win anything. But hopefully you guys did. Let's see here. All right. So, I just noticed. Welcome to the channel, Lethal Injection. That's a cool name, by the way. I like how you spelled that out. Just be careful in the cryptocurrencies. I'm not seeing some. There's especially Bitcoin. It's the futures are looking rough. Looking very rough. Joshua is saying green on Friday means more often than not green on Monday. Not sure after a huge jump. That is true. 100% that is true. I think we're like at a 90% ratio of that being a true statement, or maybe it's slightly less than 90. I think it's only been like once or twice in the last year that when we have had a green Friday that we didn't have a green Monday as well. So that is a very true statement. Yes, shorts are down on their positions on AMC. That is correct. Legendary. Welcome to the channel. That is 100% correct. Puts are massively down. That is one of the things that was covered in one of those think tanks that I was in this weekend, and it's quite unusually down. Quite unusually down. So, you know, indicators everywhere, like all kinds of just really kind of crazy indicators of our futures looking good. Not crazy bad. Like, this is a bomb. I remember back in the day, I hated that. Like, you're getting old when some new keyword that means like cool. Like back in my day, it was awesome. Like awesome was good. Or bodacious or what. I don't know. I'm West Coast, but when bomb came out, and I was like, bomb. That means that's a good thing, and like everybody's like, yeah, that's the bomb, and I'm like, that's stupid. I was like, oh, I'm old. So, but yeah, this is the bomb. I don't know what's the word nowadays. I don't even know what the word is nowadays. I'm just so out of it. I should ask my son. Monty going 32.35 to 35.35 for the prediction for today. He's going early. He's putting in that price prediction early, getting his price prediction in there. Yeah, no problem, Legendary. It's I wasn't getting it. So I started getting all the information for myself, and I was just sitting here going, like, looking at the data myself, and I was like, why don't I just start a stream since nobody else is putting the information out there, and we'll get a record going of what's going on here. All right, so let me show you something really important, guys. This is and I've talked about this on a few occasions. I'm going to take you guys to the 4-hour chart here. Well, actually, I'm going to take you to the 1-hour chart first, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to get rid of a lot of the noise, and we're just going to look at the Ishimoto cloud. And this is kind of like one of the indicators that a lot of day traders will use for swing trades, things that they can kind of like jump into, maybe hold for like a day or two or whatever, however long it lasts for, and then sell real quick. So one of the things that I want to say first about this, and I know it's kind of a noisy chart here, but it's actually really simple once you learn how it works. And we've got there's 3 specific lines that you need to be watching. There's a conversion line, which is kind of an orange line in here. There's a baseline, which is this baby blue color. And then there's a lagging line, which is a purple color. And so what you're really looking for, the very first indicator that you look for is for your conversion line, which is right here before Friday's trading was underneath the baseline. You want it to cross over the baseline. You want the conversion to cross over because that shows you that there's a change coming. So you want that conversion line to cross over, and it did. It did cross over, but it didn't actually really move past the base until the aftermarket hours on Friday. Then you also want the price to be above the cloud, for there to really be, like, you wouldn't make the trade until the price is outside of this cloud. The cloud is this big cloud. This is it. This is the cloud. You never make the trade inside the cloud. You always make the trade out, above or maybe even below, but never inside. I think most traders would tend to trade it before they would have to see a green cloud coming to trade it before it went into the cloud and then go above. But anyways, irregardless, price moves above both the conversion base lines here. A good day swing trader would have seen a signal here to buy somewhere midday on Friday, but that didn't happen. You can see it with the volume. You can see volume dropping off towards the end of the day. The cavalry did not come. The swing traders did not come and buy in that specific point in time. Now, moving averages may have played a little bit into that. There may be some moving averages that they're waiting to see us break above before they come into this. And I've got some specific price points that I've kind of labeled out as being very significant price points for us going into today. This lagging line, you're like, well, what about that lagging line? Well, this lagging line is a sell indicator. If the lagging line ever touches the price movement, then it's an indicator that you should sell. Also, another indicator that you should sell is when price is moving and it goes back into your conversion or your baseline. The very first time that it happens, it may be a fluke, but the second time that it happens, it's time to sell. Or especially if it moves into the base. If your price moves into the base, then it's definitely time to get out. And this is just for swing traders, guys, not for us. But what I'm about to show you is the part that it really should kind of get your blood pumping a little bit here. This is the 4 hour. This is what I was looking at right there was a 1 hour interval. This is a 4 hour interval. We're just below the cloud here. You can see the conversion line crossing over the baseline on Friday. And there's some really strong signs of buying. However, we're moving into the cloud. So where does the cloud end? The specific price points are right around $32. And then in the later half of the day, $30.50. So I'm going to put the noise back in here. And I've got those marked with these red lines at 32 and 30.50. So I think that you'll see today some very unique points at where we may see a bunch of support hit. And here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, which is going to jump our volume here. We're at 436 in volume. It's probably going to jump at like 200,000 or 300,000. So far, it's only showing 83, so it's actually a lot lower than I would have anticipated. It'll still push us up over 500K for 7 a.m., which is not bad at all. That's excellent data. Okay, so we're getting about, that's actually lower than I would have anticipated. But it's still not bad though, because it pushes us over 520,000 shares on Webull. I can almost guarantee you that some people are looking at other platforms and they're seeing over 1 million now shares. So for me, 520,000. That's definitely that's definitely the same kind of volume range that we were looking at from Friday. So I would put in a guesstimate of volume somewhere around the range of 130 to 150. 130 to 150 million shares. Now, if we hit those two specific price points that I was talking about, $30.50 or $32, and we maintain that price and hold or even drive past significantly, like, all bets are off. All bets are off because the cavalry will come running. The cavalry will come running. We will get swing traders who come in and want to really pump this up because they will see an opportunity to make a lot of money. And I can almost guarantee you that this thing will just start skyrocketing once we hit those numbers. So they're very specific price points to watch. I was expecting last night when I was talking to a few gentlemen, I was expecting us to see a push down in price. I didn't really have a target, but I knew that there would be a push down in price. And I said to him specifically, I said, if we hit 500K by 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume, we'll probably be driving upwards in price, possibly past those 2 points. So I'm not reading what you guys are writing again. I apologize, but it's hard for me to look at this and read your comments at the same time. So let me see what you guys are saying here. Dow down over 400. Check. Ali says, check out the weekly hammer doji reverse candle. Yep, there it is. Looks like a big old hammer. Three downward points. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet we get like a? Let's see here. Hold on a second. I got to go back to my cheat sheet. I wish it was green. You almost want it to be green. I bet you we get like, I don't know. I'm looking for something that's on the chart here and I don't see it, but yeah, I see that. I see it. Hello, hammer. Hammer time. Casey, pump up the volume. Legendary. I expect either a green or red day. Stone. I'm trying to read that. Stone get money. Stone get money says, explain please. It's basically just saying that like it's showing a little bit of. I think a lot of people refer to this as like a kind of like a an indicator for there being most of the price movement was up in here, and you had a lot of downwards pressure, but it didn't hold. All of your actual price discovery was at the top up here. So hammer meaning like just kind of being an indicator for a reversal. There was no strength in this price area down here. Joseph, who said that? Don says, what are today's predictions? I don't have a price prediction yet. It's going to be really tough for me because I really, it all depends on whether or not we're going to break past the 30-50 mark and 32. Oops, I don't have, I was like, where did my numbers go? There they are. I think we're going to drive up pretty hard, pretty fast. I think it's going to be very, very difficult to guess like a price range. If right now, as it stands, my volume prediction is between 130 and 150 based off of our current pre-market volume, which I just entered into the data, so I can't lie later. And I would say, you know, with that kind of volume, if we drive up past 30 to 50, 30, 50 or $32, there's a very good chance that we see volume spike up to levels that I can't predict based off of pre-market volume. We could easily hit like the 200 range. If we hit 200 in volume, we could see this thing drive up to 35 or 36 bucks. Because if you look at the 1 hour candle, if you look at the 1 hour interval, I think it's around $34 would be a level that we would probably drive up to 34 bucks, kind of maybe consolidate at 34-ish range. And then after that, though, the next stopping point would be like 42 bucks. So I don't really think 42 today. I don't know, guys. This thing is going to be really tough to predict. I mean, once we hit $32 and we drive past, if we hit like 34 and we consolidate at 34 for just a bit, we could see this thing very easily rip up to insane numbers. I really need to screenshot stuff and show it to you guys. I can't even begin to describe to you some of the DD it was covered this weekend. Let me go back to the 1 minute. Oh, is it green? Okay, cool. I was gonna say I'm being told I'm using the wrong indicator. So if I come back out here to the weekly, guys, and I change my indicator type, right here. Nope. Where did it go? Maybe it's this one. Yep, it's this one. There it is, right there. It looks more like a dragonfly almost, though, that way. It looks almost like a dragonfly that way, though. And guys, it does help. If you want to say something specifically to me, it does help to put at my name. It stands out a little bit better. Yeah, I don't think is in regards to which direction this is going to be moving. I don't think there's any argument on that. I think really, in all honesty, guys, what we're really kind of trying to figure out now is like how fast, how hard. Right? Like we know the direction. The question is how quick. That's really what it comes down to. So I don't know. I don't know, Jake. That's the question. I don't know. It could, if all bets are off once it crosses 32. When the day traders start hitting this thing, it is just it's gonna be just nasty. It's gonna be nasty. It's gonna be a slaughter fest. It won't be pretty for somebody trying to short this stock. Tears will be shed today in Hedgeville. Stone get money. I don't think that will be a problem. 42 by the end of this week. I don't think that'll be a problem. I hate to throw out predictions like that though, because I don't really. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me any to throw out predictions like that because it doesn't affect me. I don't look at price. Price doesn't matter to me. What matters more than anything, I'm going to stress this to you guys because there's a lot of new people here, but volume is where it's at. You should care every single morning. You should be waking up looking at volume. You shouldn't even care about price. Price is a byproduct of volume, and volume should be your number one give two craps about every single day you wake up. Absolutely. Like just like price just, if this is a buy and hold, this is a long play, guys. This is a long play. You wake up every single morning, you don't care about price. You care about volume. That's what you should wake up to get excited about. GD, you went back to your name. Didn't you change it to father? I don't know, maybe I'm getting confused. So you have to ask yourself, what does close mean? What does close mean? Are we talking about, margin calls? Are we talking about a huge price increase? In my mind, and not very many people probably will agree with this, and that's okay. We don't have to agree about it, but in my mind, margin calls back in March, I thought margin calls would happen between $90 and $95. The massive margin calls that would push us into MOASS. However, due to share dilution, I think that might have been increased a little bit. What really should be a factor for margin calls would be the amount of liquidity that the hedge funds have. However, I think dilution also does play a little bit of a role in it as well. And so I think dilution actually kind of inflates that value to a larger value. So it could be more in the range of like 100 to $105, but that's spear speculation. It's I did it again. It's pure speculation. I can't possibly tell you when those margin calls are going to roll in. But if that's the answer you're looking for, GD, as far as getting close, we're not close yet. But when we get up into those ranges, you'll know. You'll know. It'll be pretty obvious. Ooh, I love what Legendary said right there. Soon volume will be the same as the price. I can't wait for that. That'll be awesome. That is true. There is only 4 days. Oh, is Thursday a partial trading day? Ah, come on, really? Is it really? Hold on a second. Let's check that out. I don't see that listed, but that doesn't mean it's not true. Let me see if I can find something on that because I have not. That's actually the first I would have heard of that. I do not see. I do not see any asterisks. Okay, so on Thanksgiving Day, I see things referencing like the closing before Thanksgiving and showing early closing there, but I do not see anything listed for Thursday. It would make sense though. I mean, it kind of does seem like that might be the case, but I'm not seeing it here. I don't know. We'll have to confirm that. I'm not gonna touch on it right now, because I probably won't do very well looking for it right this second. But I'll see if I can confirm it on one of my breaks. Yeah, Richard says he hasn't read that anywhere. I haven't seen anything. Google says 12:23 early close 2 p.m. So Christmas 2020 4x hours. Wednesday Forex trading opens at 5 p.m. Thursday Forex trading closes at 4 p.m. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna look it up on my break and see if I can't figure it out. Richard is saying found at 1 p.m. close. Casey said margin calls will probably happen at 120-ish dollar price. They rather go under and no. I said 100 to 105. I I think margin calls more in the range of like 100 to 105. I don't think 120. 120 is a bit high, but that's um, I think that's speculation. It's a lot of speculation. I think so. There's there's a lot of factors in play. You know, uh, Obviously smaller hedge funds are going to fold first. Um, that may speed up um, that may speed up the process of liquidation on other companies. But kind of based off the numbers that um, GME had, GME had, I think like in my mind, looking at some of the data that GME had, let me see here. I believe it was around $45 was when things really started kicking in. 40 or $45. That's when it really started cooking off, and that was like on the 20th. It was at $36, but it already had made it to $42. So I think it was when they crossed the $45 line on GME. Now you have to remember that their volume is a lot less, right? So I think that there's some factors that are in volume that go into play. And when I say volume, I'm strictly talking about the float. The amount of available shares that are out there, I think, has a play in some of the calculations of margin calls. So when taking that into consideration, and you look at AMC, and I think we're about 4.56 times. Back in March, we were like 4.56 times larger in total float, I think was the magic number. Then basically that would mean that it could put us somewhere in like kind of like the $90 range. But things have changed. Things have changed. Our float's gotten a lot bigger since then. So um, it makes it really difficult to calculate. It really does. You can't compare apples to apples anymore. Things have happened to AMC that didn't happen to GME. We've had lots of share dilution since January. GME didn't have those kind of problems. They did have share dilution prior to their squeeze in January, but they haven't had. Well, they have had share dilution since then, but they haven't had another squeeze since January, so I can't really compare apples to apples to see what what we would be looking at. So it's really difficult. It's a really difficult number to come up with. It really is. I know a lot of people were saying that the magic number was like for a while people were saying something like $60 or something like that, I think. Like they didn't want us to hit above 60, otherwise those margin calls would come in. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. We've been over 60 once and nothing happened. So it's higher. It's definitely higher. Um, no, it was share dilution, Stone. It was share dilution. On June 1st and June 2nd, there was 51.5 million shares introduced into the market by AMC, and that share dilution stopped the squeeze from happening in June. New press release from AMC. Let's check out the news, guys. Let's see what's going on here. I should have just gone straight to their website. The only press, oh, that is today. AMC Theaters sells more than 7 million tickets for showtimes Thursday through Sunday globally, sets its post-reopening single-day attendance record in the U.S. on Thursday, and sets a new record again on Friday, and sets a new record again on Saturday. Oh, you just wait. Sunday will hit too. We'll wait until Sunday hits. That'll be, it's going to be big, guys. It's going to be really big. I'll click on the press release here. Trying to get to the gist of it. It says money, dollar sign, money, dollar sign, big numbers, dollar sign. It's just like, you know, we had major ticket sales. We had major ticket sales with Spider-Man No Way Home. And to top it off, guys, we've got the Matrix coming in. We got the Matrix coming in for the kill. And I cannot wait for it. I am going to go see it. Monty said we're already in the rocket ship. You guys aren't going to believe this. You're really not going to believe me when I say this. But when the dust settles, we will look back on this, and I think all the analysts will say that on the 13th of May is when we officially kicked off our MOASS. We've been in the rocket ship, and it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, but when the dust settles, you'll look back at it and you'll look at the price action and the movements that happened throughout the time, and you'll realize that we were in the pre-stage of launch back in the May. So it's we've been in this rocket ship for a while. We're waiting for the cloud cover to clear. I don't want to get into the Stone. I don't want to get into the whole Adam Aaron believing it was going to squeeze or not. I think that's the wrong way to look at it. Adam Aaron has a job to do. He has a job to try and save the company, and if he sees an opportunity to be able to make money for the company in a situation where he feels like he needs money to try and save the company, then that's his job to do what he needs to do. It's our job to provide him with the assets that he needs in order to save the company. So if we're going to give him shares, he's going to use them, right? He's going to use them. So keep that in mind going forward, right? There's no reason to cry about the past, but keep that in mind going forward, that if you don't want more share dilution in the future, then you don't give them the tools that they need to share dilute. End of story. So it depends on what you want. You know, do you want to give them the shares now, or do you want to give them to them later? It's your choice. You get to decide as an investor. But I can tell you one thing for sure, without a shadow of a doubt. Instead of just digging a quarry back in May and June, that 51.5 million shares that hit of dilution was like placing a nuclear bomb in the bottom of our quarry, our grave that we were digging for our hedge funds. And that bomb got set off and just made our quarry, our grave site, massive, beyond massive. So without a shadow of a doubt, it has definitely dug the hole much, much deeper. How low can I go? I don't know. It made it deep. It made it super, super deep. So, but there's no reason to dwell on the past. We're moving into the future, and we should care more about what's going to happen in the future. Because we can't change the past. Remtac says, and it's the matrix of course, crazy stuff will happen when the red, I'm sure that's supposed to be a red pill, blue pill, comes out. But many movies will get me to come to the cinema, but I will for a new Matrix. Oh yeah, dude, I cannot wait for that Matrix movie. I am such a Matrix fan. I didn't know off the top of my head. I didn't know two. I think of the 4 day. I think it was 4 days worth of questions, because one of the days was just which pill would you take, so I wouldn't really count that as a question. So I'm really, I consider myself to be a huge fan, and I didn't know half of the questions, which I feel is pretty crappy. Like I really need to go back and rewatch some of this stuff. Stone says, "What do you think about hedgies closing their positions?" I do I think that they're closing them? I don't think that they can. Not until we're done with them. We get to use and abuse them. They have to close shop. If they close shop, that's closing positions. And I'll tell you what, guys. I talked to one of my childhood friends. Was a guy that, forgive him, he knows not what he did. But he worked for the Motley Fool on Wall Street, and he covered a lot of the stuff that we're talking about right now. And I gave him a call, and I asked him some questions a long, long time ago. And I was just I wanted some of his insight or his input. And he goes, you realize you're going up against a company that's got a massive amounts of money. It's going to be a very difficult fight for you guys to accomplish. And he goes, but set that aside and don't think about that, because what I want you to realize is that there's always going to be somebody who comes in and fills their shoes. It won't just be and back in those days, it was always Citadel, 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 right? There's more than Citadel, guys. There's way more than just Citadel. But the thing is somebody's going to come in and fill those shoes. We don't know. I don't know who it's going to be, but if we end up bankrupting Citadel and a bunch of other hedge funds, somebody's going to come in and they're going to fill those shoes. So that's why it's really important that we demand, in this whole process that we're going through, that we demand that we get market change, right? So that whoever does fill those shoes isn't allowed to screw it all up again. We want fair trading. So remember why you're in this, because this is more than just making money. I know for some of you it's just about making money, and that's fine. I get that. Thanks for being a part of the ride. That's cool. But I want to see a better future because having been in the markets for 22 years, I got screwed too many times. I got screwed too many times. You got screwed too many times. I guarantee it. And if you didn't, your parents did. Somebody got screwed. If you're alive, somebody in your family got screwed by the stock market. And it doesn't matter what country you live in. You got screwed in every country. So we need to have changes. We're here to clean up the heaping dump that we have of a market. But remember, somebody's going to fill those shoes. So we got to change things first. And just to throw this out there, guys, for those of you who are talking about options, I don't play options. I don't. I want to get somebody on the show who has a lot of experience trading options and can give maybe a little bit of a presentation on talking about options. I know that playing options helps our process, but I'm going to stress to you guys more than anything. One, if you don't regularly win on options, and I'm going to say like 80% of the time on your option plays, then you should probably stop. Because otherwise, what you're probably doing is you're just throwing money into the pockets of the bad guys. Two, this is a long play. This is a very long play. I know there's a desire to want to try and make some extra cash in the meantime so you can buy more long shares. But the one thing that I always say on this channel is that if you're an options player, you're a player. If you're a shareholder, you're the house. And in this particular instance, you want to be the house because being the house is always better than being the player. And my wife said it. My wife said it the best the other day when I said this. I was saying these exact same kind of words to you guys, and my wife says, "There's no game if there's no players." Boom. She's so right. Like she's such a smart woman. She doesn't even know. She downplays herself, but she's right. There's no game, guys, if there's no players. So if you're gonna play, make sure you're a winner. Make sure you're a winner because I don't want to see you guys losing money. If you're losing money on this, if you're losing money on AMC, then you're helping the wrong people. So I'm just throwing that out there. And it's real easy to be one of those people who says, I'm always a winner. You know what I'm saying? You know, like if you're that compulsive gambler and you're always saying you're a winner, really look at your winnings. Really look at your winnings, how often you're winning versus you're losing, and then analyze that and really try to come to terms as to whether or not you're a real winner or if you just win on occasions, because there is a difference. Captain says, my dad, look, my wife's coming in right now. I can hear the horn honking on her car. She's going to come in. She's going to bring me coffee. Watch. My dad got screwed years ago in the market with my grandfather's funds. He inherited funds from back when the Folgers was a blue chip stock due to manipulation like this. I know, Captain. I know, man. We're in this for a lot of people. It is time for me to take a break, guys. So for those of you who are new to the show, I'm just going to throw this out there. Take a look at the description box on the channel. There's a lot of good information in there. There's more information that I want to put in. I need to update it. But there's really good information in there and links to things that I think you should read. I don't just put it in there for no reason at all. There's some good reading in there. Check it out. There's some good rules that you should follow. Also, another thing to let you know is that on the hour, every hour, I do technical analysis to see where we're at, where we're heading to. So, you know, this is a 9-hour stream. I stream for 9 hours. So if you if you want information, I don't expect you to be here all day long. Like I don't expect that. I really just don't expect that. But if you want to know what's happening at any given moment in time, you can come here and we'll try and find that information for you. If you need information, that's what I'm here for. Part of it. That's part of the reason why I'm here. But specifically on the hour, every hour, that's when I do the technical analysis. So if you want to show up during those times to see what's going on and see the rundown, I do those on the hour, every hour, except for when market opens. I wait until the hour starts. So since market opens at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, I don't do it until 10. So I gotta give the market a chance to kind of stabilize a little bit. Those first 30 minutes are kind of as you all well know, very volatile and a lot of crazy stuff happens. So I like to give the market a little bit of time. Prior to the 10 a.m. hour analysis, I check it once when I start the show. So nothing in between. So there's a little bit of gap in there where we can talk about either the previous day's information or some of the new stuff that's hitting the day for the day today. Morning, Eric. Good morning to you. All right, guys, let me get you some music going here. I've got to I gotta find some music for you guys. Give me just a second. All right. And I'm just going to play some of the standard music here, guys. But I will see you guys back 15 minutes before market opens, and we'll take a look at everything. And uh, I usually take breaks. Sometimes I usually start breaks around 7:20 or 7:30ish in the morning, my time, which is Central Standard Time. And then I take it until about 15 minutes before the market opens, and then I usually take a break around like 10:20 Central Standard Time until 11, and then another break at 1:20 Central Standard Time until 2. So let me go ahead and put the information on the page here. And I will see you guys in just a bit. See you at 8:15, 15 minutes before market opens.
can spin my mind, but I know I gotta keep pushing through. Yeah, I keep doing my own thing, yeah, never looking back again. I can get it, I can make it, yeah, I know it, and I'm never looking back again. Yeah, never looking back again. I can get it, I can make it, yeah, I know it, and I'm never looking back again. dreams I see you again. On the same road we used to hide and escape. With that we used to dance to the fire, never thinking of anything else. I feel you, I need you. I feel you, you finally see me again. I need you, I feel you, I need you. You finally see me again. In my dreams I see you again. On the same road we used to hide and escape. That's we used to dance to the fire, never thinking of anything else. I feel you, I need you. I feel you, you finally see me again. I feel you, I need you. I feel you, you finally see me again. You finally see me again.
feel like this new music has like a Stranger Things kind of background to it. It has a good vibe. I kind of like it. Yeah. Enough of that. You're welcome, Sean. You're welcome. It's in the show today. It's in the show as well. I sent that out to a lot of close people. There was something. There was something that was said up here. I briefly came back and saw it and wanted to talk about it. Oh, it was right after I left for my break. Was one of the things. There was a gentleman who came on the channel in the stream and started making some remarks about. Let's see, where is that at? Like right here. Started making some remarks about the price dropping to 21. It was mock MOK. There's two things that I want to say about that. There's two ways to treat individuals who want to stomp on what's happening. And there's one is to give them the silent treatment and ignore them. And the second is to call them out on it and say, why are you saying that the price is going to go down? What makes you think that the price is going to go down? What reaction do you want me to have by you saying the price is going to go down? And if they say, well, I'm trying to warn you so that you don't lose money, I want you to give them the heartiest trades laugh you can give. Look them straight in the eyes as you're doing it. And then tell them that you're going to buy more. Even if you're not. You don't have to. But just tell them you're going to buy more. And wait for the reaction. Just start acting like a crazy mad person. It'll get them every time, guys. It'll get them every time. There was another thing that was talked about that I wanted to touch on. I need to come up with a price prediction for the day. Market's starting to open. I've got price predictions from everybody except for Duncan. Let me reach out to Duncan real quick here and see if I can't get a hold of him and ask him to give me a price prediction. Give me just a second. Oh no, wait. Here he is. He has his price prediction in. Oh, I know what else I wanted to talk about. I got sent a message from somebody in our group. I try not to say who it is without permission. But Trading 212 sent out I was linked a message from Trading 212 that says, if you decide not to consent to the share lending agreement, your account will continue to be close only mode. You won't be able to open new positions but can close existing ones. We understand your viewpoint, yet these terms are the same terms for everyone to ensure fairness. Do you understand what that's saying, guys? To me, that's saying we're taking away the buy button unless you agree that we can lend your shares. That's what that sounds like to me. And my opinion is, this is my opinion only, and my opinion is just like everybody else's. It's like we all have buttholes, right? But this is just my opinion. If you have to sign something like that, if you get some kind of letter like that, you need to make sure or express to the company that you're trading with that you are signing under duress. They are forcing you into signing that agreement under duress. For legal reasons in the future, that may help you. But if you have no other choice, then you have no other choice. I can't express to you guys enough the reasons behind my golden rules. Rule number 3. I only have 3 golden rules in the description box, guys. Golden rule number 3. Only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading. Cash account. No margin accounts. If you want a list of good brokers, go to the link that's there and look it up. There's a reason for this. We're going to have stuff that's coming our direction. I can guarantee you. We are going to have to deal with all kinds of curveballs getting thrown at us. Do not waver. Do not allow it to waver you in your decision process and what you're going to do. You get to decide. You are the house. You get to decide when this is over. Nobody else. Just because they take away the buy button doesn't mean that you have to sell. I want you to remember that. Just because there's trading halts does not mean that you have to sell. You get to decide when this is over. Did Duncan come in? 33 to 36. Okay. I've got everybody. Now, this is so hard. I think I want to hedge off of like 38. Let me just check this out on my chart real quick and see where 38 puts us. Wow, that'd be up 30%. That's a lot. That's more doable, 36. If I did 37, what if I split the difference? I'm going to split the difference. I'm going to hedge off of 37. So I'm going to go 30, 35, yeah, 35.50 to 38.50 is my price prediction for today. And Duncan is coming in at, or Eric's coming in at 30 to 33. Monty's in at 32, 35 to 35, 35, and Duncan is in at, what did he say again? Let's see, 33 to 36. Okay, there you have it, guys. That's our those are our price predictions locked in stone. We have about 4 more minutes before the intro. Jake, I texted somebody that I interviewed a long time ago named True Demon. Perhaps you've heard of him, perhaps you haven't. He's been a little bit of an influence in the community, and I didn't realize he had put out a video, but I texted him and I told him that 2 days prior on Wednesday that my indicators that were signaling reminded me, Wednesday of last week were reminding me of May 25th. And what I hadn't realized was that True Demon had actually put out a YouTube video already stating that he thought on Saturday, I think he either put it out on Friday or Saturday. I think it was Friday he put it out, and I actually sent him the text on Saturday. He said that Friday he got those same signals when he was looking at everything. So it's very odd to me that True Demon and I, who were shouting out, you know, at the top of our lungs, me quitting my job or deciding to quit my job on May 26th, like all the indicators that I'm seeing has us put right back in that same period of time. So May 25th was Friday for sure. See you later, AP. Take care, buddy. Have fun at work. There was another thing I wanted to share with you guys. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think we're ending green dawn. This opening market is going to be intense for sure. We're about 1 minute away from that. Good morning, Charlie. The anticipation is real. Let me get my indicators back up on here. Didn't realize I had them off. Looks like we're hitting a level of support right now. We're just kind of consolidating on that level of support before we go into market open. Spicy. They're definitely going to be spicy. Alrighty, guys, it's time for me to shut down and head into the pre-market opening intro. So I'll see you guys after market open and the intro is over.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
I can feel
Ho, ho, ho. You filthy animals. Merry Christmas. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Ha, ha, ho, 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 ho.
I can't hear it. I can't hear it, but I know what the intro is. Hopefully you guys got a kick out of that. Oh boy. Oh man. All right, guys. The first mile marker was 30.50. That's really the marker that we have to stay above. If we can get above 30.50 and hold above 30.50, that's the first mile marker, because if we hit that number before the midway point of the day today, there would be very strong buy signals for day traders. I went ahead and pulled up OBV on here so you guys could see volatility is absolutely just, definitely increasing in here. But you can see we already had like a few moments here where we touched the top, at least two right here, 2 minutes worth of touching on the top side of that I said OBV, I meant Bollinger Band. And so what's going to happen is this price is going to fall back down, or at least attempt to try to fall back down to the simple moving average as a correction for the overbuying during that period of time. If it never makes it back down to the simple moving average, then I'm telling you guys that there's just so much pressure, so much buying pressure pushing this upwards that we're on a very, very hard upswing if that's the case. A very hard upswing. So breaking past 30.50 and holding is one of the key first points, and that's why I've got that in red there. That is our signal to the cavalry, the swing traders, to come in and start buying midway through the day today. Not yet, but midway through the day today. $32 is the horns. Those are the bugle horns at $32 that will announce the entry of our swing traders who will be coming in and buying. So keep those numbers in mind. I have them marked in red. Just kind of as indicators to show you where it is or what it is that we're trying to look forward to. So a very nice strong move here in the very beginning of the market hours here. I do expect a little bit of a correction here. I'm sure RSI is through the roof right now, guys, but I'm not going to check it. Hopefully my mic volume is a little bit better now. I don't remember who had said that it was too low. Hopefully I fixed it. Yeah. I think JP put in a prediction on what we were doing as far as pace goes. That's going to settle down a little bit. That's going to fall off as the day continues. I don't. Us hitting 600 million shares in a single day would be pretty spectacular. That will fall off. Okay, so Sean coming in with the help here. He says between 31 and 32, we have 3 moving averages, 20 SMA, 200 EMA, and 2. So Sean, those are the exact numbers that I'm talking about. As soon as we break $32, our IC and our moving averages are going to be triggered, and the horns, the trumpets, will be playing extremely loud for day traders to move in, or swing traders to move in on this and start sucking this up. So those are the key numbers that we need to break past and through. So there's our correction back down to the moving average, or sorry, the simple moving average. Volatility is being normally they attack the volume by about 10 a.m. It looks to me like they're starting the attack early on volume. I did not pull up Stonko trackers borrowing. Let's see here. Gonna have to do some math real quick here. Definitely more shares being borrowed this morning. We definitely have a high amount of shares that have been borrowed so far. We still have a little over 15 minutes before we check everything here, but I'm just kind of keeping tabs on how many shares have been borrowed so far. Let's see, we got looks like an additional 550,000 shares have been borrowed since 5 a.m. So let me add that to our existing amount. Total amount of shares borrowed so far this morning is at 6.4 million shares. A normal average day force would be around 4.5. So there's definitely some additional borrowing going on. Let me update Ortex for you guys so you have fresh data. I'm really excited about looking up the data that's going to be coming up here. It's going to be some interesting data. The VIX is up way high, guys. 18.45% on the VIX. That is massive. Huge amounts of volatility on the futures. And one of the flips that we saw this weekend when we were looking up information, there was a flip on the VIX on Friday. Last Friday when the VIX went down, or up rather, we should have seen downwards momentum in price and we didn't see it. And then the VIX went down and we still went up. So there was a lot of momentum. Okay, here comes the big push here. Here comes the big push to try and decrease volume for the day today. So this is really, I would definitely say that the push on trying to lower volume for the day today started around 9:41, which is about 19 minutes earlier than normal. This is going to be the push right here. They want to try to get volume under control. Because right now it's probably just through the roof. What are we at? Yep, we're trading about a million shares a minute on average. Looking at some of these minutes in here, obviously some of them are lower than a million, but still very high. One of the key magic numbers that I kind of look for to hit 100 million shares traded for the day, you need 250,000 shares traded a minute. Most of these numbers in here are all above 600,000 shares a minute. Except for this one right here was 457. But these minutes have high amounts of volume, even with price moving down. JP says the hedgies are so cute trying to lower the price. See, the problem is right now is by attempting to lower the price, usually you start to see volume increase during those periods of time. So you have it's almost like a double-edged sword. You're trying to drop price, but you're also trying to decrease volume. and if volume still remains high, then they have a problem because all they're doing is adding fuel to the fire. So it's a, you know, this is a real struggle here. This is a real struggle. Trying to match, trying to balance out the, you know, high volatility, massive amount of volatility with downwards pressure. At some point, that's going to become unprofitable, and they'll have to let it rise. You have to remember, an algorithm's only going to let it trade downwards if it's profitable. If there's too much pressure applying in the opposite direction, then the algorithm will stop trying to fight it, because they really look for key points that they want to apply pressure. They look for weaknesses in volume, and if it's trying to control volume right now and not working and it's becoming unprofitable, it'll have to let it go it'll have to let it run, and then they'll look for another point to try and attack it back down again. JP says, Hedgies, if you let us be millionaires, we won't force you to make us billionaires. Says you. We get to decide, guys. That's the great part about all this. We get to decide when this is over. They don't get to tell us. We have about 12 more minutes before I do the technical analysis. I really can't wait to see some of these numbers. If I was less lazy than I am, I'd be sitting on the edge of my chair. Let's see if they're borrowing some more shares here. Yep, another 150,000 shares borrowed. We're now at 6.55 million shares borrowed for the day today. Okay, so they're finally getting what they wanted. They're finally getting the volatility. You can see the volatility starting to kind of pinch in on itself here with the Bollinger Bands. So they've lowered volatility a bit here. The last trading minute was 399,000 shares traded, though, so that's a problem. They've lowered volatility, but they haven't controlled volume. Volume is still too massive. One of the key target shares traded per minute that they try to target is like 60,000 shares a minute, and this is well over that. And here goes volatility back up again. You can almost tell by the way that it's moving. You can almost tell that they kind of released for just a second there to see what would happen, and it started to take off, which is why the volatility started to widen back out here. So you'll see it probably apply some more pressure, and with more pressure comes more volatility. This is going to be very, very costly for them. It's going to be costly, but they are managing to lower volume though. The last minute was 381, so it went from 399 to 381. So they are managing to drive the volume down here. They may have hit that pivotal point. That pivotal point of driving investors away from hitting that buy button. You know, enough investors may see this dropping here and saying like, oh, hey, maybe I can wait just a few more minutes and hit a lower price. And here it goes. If they touch, I'm telling you guys, if they touch the bottom of this Bollinger Band, they're in trouble. They're in deep doo-doo. That last minute was volume moved up to 983,000. 983,000 shares traded. I can't even begin to tell you guys from my perspective, they are walking such a dangerous line right here. Walking a very, very dangerous line. If this drops too fast, too far, they run the risk of massive amounts of buys hitting all at once. Yeah, it looks like they're starting to cool off here a little bit. I'm showing 15% on 17.15% on Webull. It's always weird to me how you have a different number than I have, Sean. I really don't understand that. Oh, I really do think we can get back. I think we can get back very quickly. Do you see how the volatility is increasing? I think we can get back there very quickly. Like if this thing were to turn really fast, the other direction, you could see how it would climb up to $30 and be inside the Bollinger Band very, very easily. 6 more minutes till we look at the data. I want to steal a sneak peek at some of the information here, and it's driving me nuts. I gotta hold off. 6 more minutes. I'm gonna log into Fidelity now so that I don't time out when I get you guys over to the other page. All right, so the lowest they got volume down to the last minute was 435. So they did drop a few minutes down underneath 400,000, but not a whole lot. The last minute was 435. Looks like they may have stopped applying the downwards pressure here. Let's see what happens. I am out of coffee. Coffee infusion complete. 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes. Man, I cannot wait to see these numbers. I do want to show you guys. I put my Bollinger Bands on a 3 sigma. For those of you who are aware what that is, it's a larger tolerance, but it 99.7 or 99.8% of your data should be within the limits. If I move my tolerance back down to a 2 sigma, you can see that we touched down on the bottom side of the Bollinger Band here, which is why we're having the correction currently. But I really like I prefer 3 sigma because to me it's more definitive. Like you have very obvious numbers that have hit basically your bands and like you're well outside of tolerance limits. In the industry that I've worked in for so many years, we work with 3 sigmas, and I'm much more comfortable stating that you're out of control at a 3 sigma deviation than a 2 sigma. 2 sigmas is typically when you would want to start making changes, but a 3 sigma tells you that you're out of control. So I wish I could set up control bands, and being an engineer, I really wish I could set up control bands and what we call control limits and spec limits, but unfortunately I can't do that. Not that I'm aware of. It'd be kind of cool if I could, though. Yeah, I can't add. That'd be really nice. All right, guys. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Bad Back is on Trey's stream talking crap. It's funny. That's funny. It's funny, especially after you talk so much mad crap about Trey. You're right. Silent Streamer, I could make my own indicators on Tradingview, and let me tell you, AP, one of my moderators, has tried to get me to switch over, and I'm telling you right now, I'm just lazy. I think that's really what it comes down to. I'm just lazy. I really should make the switch. It is much better. Although I think this is, I guess with having ADD, this is prettier. Like I like how things look on Webull. They're much more prettier aesthetically looking. I like the looks better on Webull. But TradingView has so many more. It's so much more useful. There's more parameters that can be modified and indicators and whatnot. But yeah. It could dip down a little bit more here. We made it back to the simple moving average. You could see a little bit of a retracement going back down after this correction. We'll see how much ammunition they have here. But it is time. It's 9 a.m. Let's take a look at everything and see where we stand currently. Let me take you guys over to the other page. Wait, okay, yeah. Okay, starting at the very top. This is a full run through of all the information, guys. Typically speaking, on the very first time we start looking at this data, I kind of give a good run through so we know where we're at, and then later on and throughout the day when I do these technical analysis on the hour, every hour, I just do partials. So right now, price prediction tallies, this is just for fun. For those of you who are joining the channel, this has nothing to do with like, this is set in stone where we're going. This is just a bunch of guys, maybe one day we'll get a girl in here, setting up, beer bets and just trying to have some fun and trying to keep sharp with what's going on. So Monty, Eric, myself, and Duncan have all set up price predictions last week. Those are our tally marks for last week. Monty had 0, Eric had 1, I had 2, Duncan had 0. We missed 3 days entirely. We all get a $3 span, a $3 range that we get to pick for every single day. And I won the week. Believe it or not, I won the week. However, the mistallied column really won the week. And I can tell you guys right now that whenever the mistallied column gets the win, it means something's happening for us to not be able to get the price, especially with those kind of ranges. So I'm going to go ahead and zero those out, and then I'll read to you guys I'll read to you our price predictions for today, just so you kind of know what they're at. Eric, I think, has probably the long-standing win rate. So if you guys, if there's one person in particular you'd want to follow their price predictions, Eric has the highest win rate. Taking a look at our price predictions for today, I'm at 35.5 to 30. Well, let's start with Monty. Monty's at 32.35 to 35.35. Eric is at 30 to 33. I'm at 35.5 to 38.5, and Duncan is 33 to 36. Short exempt volume, that increased from Thursday's data for Friday to 585.6 thousand shares. Utilization also went up from 79 something percentage to 81.2. And our day-over-day price increase was a 19.1% increase in price on Friday, giving us 1 of 3 for that indicator. This is True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators. I really believe that when all of these trigger, we will know 100% that we are in the MOASS. If you want to scale those numbers back just a little bit, like short exempt volume, I think only needs to be 1 million 3 days in a row. Utilization probably only needs to be 93% instead of 95%. And day-over-day price increase probably just needs to be 15% or more over a spanning 3-period day of time. So you could have like 19 one day, and you could have -2 the next, and -3 or -3 the next one after that, and that would be just under 15, so it wouldn't make it. But as long as you've got 15% increase over a 3-day span of time, I think you've triggered your numbers. Moving down to off exchange, those are the numbers from last Friday. Let me update it. Currently, there's 46% into the off exchange. The CBOE EDGX has 12.33. A high number for CBOE EDGX would be about 13, so it's definitely maxed out. The off exchange showing 46%. I would imagine that normally around now it would be 53%. So it's as far as that being one of the ways that they can harm price discovery or short the stock down would be to dump buy orders into the off exchange. That's being underused right now as it stands, as it's reporting. Taking a look at the Ortex data here, currently showing a borrow change of 30.1 thousand shares having been borrowed, which is going to slightly increase our estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.26. Institutional share ownership, 171,604. That number has not changed for quite some time, about a week or so, week or two. Max pain for the day today is currently at $28. We are over that. We're at $28.97. And taking a look at the options, let's refresh that. This is going to be kind of a clue as to what's going on here with price, where we're looking to go here. Highest amount of volume for the call options, currently at a $30 strike price. There is 15.8 thousand contracts. $30 strike price is the same price that we ended last week on last Friday. Highest amount of put options, currently at a $28 strike price, which is up from $25 last Friday, with 7.6 thousand contracts. So we have a 2-to-1 ratio in call versus put volume, with a $2 spread in strike prices and our highest amounts of volume versus put between the two, between our between our strike prices. Signaling for like a 29 close for the day-to-day is what it's kind of signaling for. That's just how the options are trading right now. But there is 2-to-1 volume on the call side. Well, I was supposed to be taking you to the main page here and supposed to be showing you specific other pages, and I didn't pull them over. So let me do that. Let's take a look at Ortex. On Ortex, on loan amount. Let's get rid of this other junk. On Friday, it did come down a little bit. So we were trading 111.6 million shares on loan on Thursday. Friday would drop down basically like 500,000 shares. So the on loan amount did decrease ever so slightly. The on loan average age per day, though, still increased, right? Which means that if the on loan average age per day is increasing and the on loan amount decreases, that means that they got rid of newer loans. So that's okay, though. That's all right. That's not a problem. That's going to happen. But those two numbers pinch down into each other. Our big old alligator head here, or T-Rex head, however you want to look at it, chomped down, and those numbers met up. I would have loved to have seen those kind of cross over, but the fact that they closed off together and pinched together, I think, is really decent. If we see loaning, I'm actually going to take a screenshot here and draw on this. If we see loaning amount continue to head upwards, we're going to see this number drive up as well, which is great. We want to see on loan average age per day driving up probably until at least the end of the year. And then we want to see it drive down. We want to see them closing positions at the end of the year as much as possible, because then what that means is that that's going to give us a new bottom on that number. Remember, whenever we get bottoms on this number, like here and here, those mean those bottoms are indicators about when we're going to see price discovery. Within 15 business days. This first bottom occurred on December 8th, which gave us our flag of a price increase incoming to the 30th. This bottom down here, December 15th, gave us a flag for January 6th, I believe. So we're seeing the beginnings of this first decrease right here, the beginnings of price discovery. I'm not saying it's going to continue to rise until the 30th. What I'm saying is that, you know, we're going to see significant price increases with this value dropping. And then it's going to level off, because you can see the leveling off here where the double bottom occurred. It's going to level off, maybe even do a retracement back down just a tad bit, and then another big price increase incoming. Utilization, there's our little uptick there in utilization. Shares that were borrowed, they did not find more shares. They did not find more shares to borrow after they had borrowed the shares they borrowed last week. That's why our utilization went up. And then our estimated short share interest of the free float, slightly down ticking, our high point being 2021, slightly dropping down to 20.25. That'll go up, though, as soon as they start loaning more shares, which they're obviously doing today, because our current rate of loans is at 6.55. So definitely some loans going out today. Taking a look at Fidelity. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in third with a very strong 63% buying to 37% selling. I told you guys I didn't like the way those numbers ended up. It was 50, I believe it was 52 or 53 to 47 or 48. I can't remember the exact numbers, but Friday was rough. Friday was rough in the fact that we lost some shareholders on that price increase. There was definitely some selling going on by retail, and I'm always going to be upfront and honest with you guys about that when I see it. That's going to impact us going into probably tomorrow. It might be impacting us a little bit today, but probably more tomorrow than today. So we will see probably a leveling off, likely going into tomorrow, whatever price we end up at today. But today looks really strong, which gives me hope for Wednesday, which is a 63% buy to 37% sale ratio. I like seeing anything over 60-40 is good, and so we're doing nice. Almost guarantee you that GME is doing much, much better. The only problem with GME is they have so many of their shares tied up into DRS, preventing them from being able to have volume discovery, which is so vital. They're currently traded 19th, so they have good volume. It's not terrible. And their buy to sell ratio is looking really good at 66 to 34. So that's very good ratios. I'm liking it. They need to get their volume up, and the only way they're going to do that is get some of their shares out of that DRS. It's unfortunately kind of hurting their price discovery. I know a lot of people aren't popular with the idea that that's bad, but DRSing your shares, it does not help the situation. You may think it might help you, but it doesn't help our situation of buying and holding. Shares borrowed in the last hour. It doesn't look like they've borrowed. Let me refresh it one more time. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. Just returns. Oh, I take that back. Here's I missed the 50,000 right here. Let me add that. So we're at 6.6 million shares borrowed for the day today. Currently, we have 21.1 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 87.8 thousand contracts out of the money. Look how low in the money puts are. Only 10,000. I'd love to see the out of the money calls under 100K. Anytime we're losing more than 100K worth of out of the money calls, we have losers. And I hate seeing apes lose. I hate it. The NASDAQ is down 1.54%. The Dow Jones is down 1.77. The S&P 500 is down 1.54. The market is on fire. The market is on fire, not the good kind of fire. It is on terrible fire. Decliners, 6,017 decliners to 1,488 advancers. Not a lot of places to run to make money today. Not a lot. That's important to note. The VIX is up 17.9%, and we have not. I mean, we're still up for the day, guys. We're still up for the day, and the VIX is up up 17.9%, which is absolutely amazing. They have definitely decreased our volatility here. Shares going out though is still, most of these minutes here are mostly above 250,000 shares a minute, which is really good. But they're doing their job. They're doing their job of decreasing the amount of volume. That's what they got to do. If they want to win, they have to try and decrease volume. So this is just part of the game. Tesla is down 2.82%. Hood is down 3.3%. For those of you who are new and watching, I'm going to explain why I have some of these up here. Tesla, I think, is an interesting situation. A lot of people think that it's still in a squeeze situation. It's not. And I'm just kind of watching it because I'm really curious about what Elon is doing with his shares, and he's exiting his position. So I'm kind of watching it there. I don't really have a great reason for why I'm monitoring it. And I do try to make this primarily a AMC or AMC related things that I monitor. I have my reasons, but I don't know that they're really good reasons yet, but I am monitoring it. Robinhood, they are down 3.15% for the day today. I just like watching them burn. That's the only reason I watch it. Amazon is down 1.91%. If you want to know how the American economy is doing, watch Amazon, right? I mean, that's the heartbeat of America. People are ordering online all the time. That is our economy. They're not heavily shorted, so if you want to know how our economy is doing, that's what you watch. When Jeff Bezos had announced he was stepping down as the CEO, their price of the stock was at $3,500. They're underneath that by about almost $200. And it's on fire right now. Cinemark. If you want to know how your company should be doing, you should look at your competitors. So we're watching Cinemark. They are up 3.69% in the market today. Doge is down 3.57%. Dogecoin I view as the blue collar cryptocurrency of the United States. I'm not going to say the world. I would have said the world before, but now with Shiba Inu, maybe that's changed a little. Bitcoin is down 1.27. I just recently threw Bitcoin up here as an indicator for AMC because we saw some very, very, very unique things where when Bitcoin was starting to rip, dip, it would forecast about an hour in advance to what was going to happen to AMC. That flipped on Friday. On Friday, it flipped the indicator. So we're seeing an indirect relationship now. So when Bitcoin goes down, we go up. And we haven't seen that flip. It's actually just changed. That indicator just changed just on Friday, along with the VIX. The VIX and the Bitcoin indicators flipped on Friday. GameStop, It's the OG. You got to watch GameStop, guys. This is where it all started. We're watching it, and we're married to it. We got to know. They're up 0.17% for the day, and AMC is up 2.4 something percent. It's fluctuating a lot. Refreshing to see what our inflow versus outflow is. We currently have an inflow of increase of 2 points more, or 2 million more in inflow than outflow. The number you guys have all been waiting for. What kind of pace are we on? 27.37 million shares traded for the day so far, about 47 minutes into this. So let's check this out. 23.4 divided by, we're going to call it 47 times 390. 227.3 million share pace is what we are on right now. That's obviously going to decrease throughout the day, guys. I'm predicting somewhere between 130 and 150. Something very similar in volume that we saw perhaps on Friday is what I'm projecting. Now, if we finish a little bit higher than that, I'm okay. I would much rather predict, I'm doing predictions at 7 a.m. in the morning in my time. If I can come close, if I can even come close to hitting the right numbers, I'm happy. If I'm lower, I'm okay with it. And if I'm above, I hate it. I hate being high on my predictions on volume. Volume tells me everything that I need to know about this. What's happening with our stock? I need to know how it's going to react based off of pre-market data. Right now, I would say that it's doing very, very well. Pre-market data is signaling very, very well what's going to happen. Last Friday, I predicted between 30 and 50 million shares traded. Pre-market data did not give me a good indicator of what the day was going to trade like, because we finished at 140 something million. So I can't stress enough to you guys, monitor volume. That should be everything that you look at. Forget price. It's not a thing. Volume is where it's at. I can't stress it enough. Going to our daily interval. I use Vortex Indicator. A lot of people choose to use MACD as their go-to indicator for whether or not the which kind of direction we're heading. I like Vortex Indicator. Maybe it's my ADD, maybe it's the formula. I'm not sure what it is, but I like the indicator much, much better. When the green line is heading up, you have more buying pressure than if the incline of this green line here is at a higher pace than the red line, then you have more buying pressure than selling pressure. In this particular instance, on the daily interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. You'll notice I have 3 RSI indicators in here. Please ignore the yellow and the red. I'm experimenting right now with that. Just look at the green one. Right now it's at 45.24, which is just below average for RSI. On the 1 hour interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, and it just crossed over here in the last hour with RSI at 68.13, which is definitely above average and almost signaling that it's going to go into overbought territory, which is perhaps the reason why we're seeing a little bit of a cool-off period. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure, which looks like it's going to cross over here in any minute or in the next 30 minutes, although that may change. Our RSI is showing 64.6, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure. Looks like it's about ready to cross over any second now. And RSI at 53.09, which is just above average. We definitely have some consolidation that has occurred here. If I had to give a guess of where we're going here, let me get rid of my Bollinger Bands and try to give you guys an idea of what we might be seeing. And I cannot see, until you see my picture back on the screen, guys, I can't see what it is you're writing, so you'll have to be patient with me. It looks like, I don't want to include this period of time right here, but what it looks like to me is we might have a slight ascending parallel channel. This would be a bearish indicator, so that when we break out of this, we should be going down. However, 90% of the time when this breaks out, if it breaks out going up, especially if it happens like 2 or 3 times in a row. It ends up being a cup and handle on a much larger time period. So if we zoom back out here to like say like a 30-minute, it looks to me like my lines got moved somehow. Oh, there they are. What's going on here? Okay, so on a 30-minute, I think I actually drew this on the 1 hour. What is going on? Let's see here. Okay, so we have a multi-day descending parallel channel going on here, where we had a little bit of a breakout perhaps on this top side, or I might even be able to move this up. But for the most part, we have a descending parallel channel going on here, which should break out going up. And it looks like we tried to have that breakout right here on Friday, but didn't quite happen because we fell back down inside in the aftermarket hours. I mean, it looks like we're trying to break out of it still. It's not a hard break, though. Definitely a lot of resistance. Guys, I want to show you, somebody asked me what I thought we would finish as a price for the end of, they asked me like not last Friday, but I think the Friday, no, the Thursday, not last Thursday, but the Thursday before that, they asked me where I thought we might finish our price at by the end of this last Friday, and I had mentioned somewhere around like 36.80 something. We didn't do that. We didn't finish there. We actually finished a lot lower than that. So I want to just show you this because I want to show you that I'm not perfect. Like when you ask me guys what kind of price prediction I'm gonna, we're gonna have in the next week or something like that, don't listen to me. I really did this. I did this just so that I could be wrong. I wanted to be right, but I did this so that I could show you it's not really like you can't just look at that and say like this is where I think we're going to be in a week's time. And also part of the reason why I would say like trying to gamble on options on guessing where we're going to be moving to is just you being a player. Be the house. Buy shares. Your money's way more profitable as buying shares than it is buying options. Unless you're just winning it like crazy. And then if that's the case, you're not listening to me. So, and if you're not listening to me, tell me what you're doing because I'd like to know. All right, let me see what it is you guys are saying. I do. Yes, Joe. I think we're still holding on to the 150 million volume target. I said 130 to 150. I think we're still holding for that. If I throw those Bollinger Bands back in here, you'll see how dropping the price during this period of time in the opening part of the market really helped to drive volume down here. This attack starting at 9:41 this morning, my Eastern Standard Time, was the attempt to drop that volume. You can see the attack down on volume here, and we're now currently trading at still over 100K a minute, which is great. I'd love to see over 250, but that's, it is what it is. We might see like a late run up in the after portion of the, a little bit later today. You might see like kind of a price fall a little bit here, especially with us getting close to this ascending parallel channel, the bottom side of it. Yeah, they did. Ollie's saying they flatlined our volume, but when it comes back, we'll take off, and I think that's absolutely true. It's just part of the game, guys. They're gonna try and knock this down as much as they possibly can. They don't want this out of control. If it's out of control, they can't dictate what happens. With volume low comes the ability to alter the price both up and down. So a lot of people think that when there's low volume that it's easily manipulated down, but that's not always necessarily the case. It can also be manipulated up just as easily. So keep that in mind. That is something to remember. Einstein saying, looks like the algos so far are keeping all three indexes range bound. Let's see. I mean, it does seem that way. Does seem that way. I mean, look how high the VIX is, though. 18.87%, guys. I'm going to show you. I wonder, can I? Let me set something up on the side over here. Let me see if I can get. I want to show you guys two different things. Get rid of this. So I want to show you a past history. I'm going to put it on. It's on the 4-hour. It might actually be decent, but I'll try. I think one day is what I really want to do. Yeah. All right, so let me show you something on Tradingview real quick here. Typically speaking, in the past, when you see the VIX, let me see if I can zoom in on these points here. When you see volatility go up on the VIX, and the VIX is the orange line here. When you see volatility go up on the VIX, you see a downwards price movement, and then as the VIX goes down, price starts to increase. You see VIX decreasing here and our price increasing. Here's another spot right here where VIX starts to go up, we go down in price, and then when VIX peaks, it starts to go. When it starts to go down, we start rising in price. Here is another example right here. VIX starts going up, we start dropping down. VIX goes down, we start going up. There's plenty of examples of this in the past, whereas VIX goes down, you see our price increasing. And so here, the VIX got super volatile during those 3 weeks that we went through, or two weeks ago. The VIX really got super highly volatile, and price really moved down far. And now you have the VIX starting to increase again, but look what's happening. It's very super unusual, because what you have is AMC price starting to rise as the VIX is rising. Very backwards, not the way it's supposed to work out. And there's actually, the VIX goes up, and usually the VIX goes up and comes down and doesn't do this, like the zigzag pattern in here, like this instability. Usually it goes up, comes back down, and that's it, right? You just can't find other instances in here where it doesn't just go up and then back down again. So there's some really strange activity going on during this period of time, but VIX did go up. We went down in price. VIX came down here. We started to go up in price, and then it started getting volatile. A lot of volatility here in the VIX. And then on Friday, this is Friday's move right here. We went up in price, and VIX was going up. Very strange data. This is very abnormal. And we also saw a flip in Bitcoin as well. think that's the right one. Where Bitcoin was starting to show us, it was predicting our price movements, like the exact opposite was a direct relationship. So as price would move up on Bitcoin, it would actually forecast in advance, and you can't really see because I'm on the day, but Bitcoin would start to go up first, and then we would start ripping, then Bitcoin would go down, we'd start going down, and then again on Friday it flipped over to where the exact opposite was happening. Bitcoin started dropping on Friday, and we started ripping, which has not been, like, it's been kind of, for a while, it's been predicting some of our movements before they happen. Like here, you can see an upwards movement, which was consistent with what we had back here, and then it started going down before we actually started trending down. So we had an inverse signal happen on both of those two indicators. Of course, you guys are wondering, like, why VIX and why Bitcoin? I really don't have an answer for you guys, but I can just tell you, like, if you compare those two things together and you look at the long history standing between the relationships of Bitcoin to its price movements and what's been happening to AMC, like, there's some very strong indicators that are in there. AMC Stockmaster saying someone just sold a bunch of 31 calls for January, which is bearish. But the flow is bullish overall. Okay. Good morning, Boris. Might have been a rich dummy. Or, and I've had a theory about this. I think there may have been, did you say out of the money? Were those $31 calls for January out of the money or in the money? My guess is they're out of the money. Is that correct? Out of the money. Yeah, okay, so my guess, yeah, no problem, Lord. I might have to call you Baelish. I don't know, I feel weird calling you Lord. Out of the money, $31. Let me think about that for a minute. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that if, I wish I could know when those were opened. Oh yeah, I get what it is they're saying. What I'm trying to wonder is that if it's institutionally short positions that we're betting on driving the price above 31, and they're deciding that they might be able to hold this price below 31 before January, so that they could take that money and turn it into short positions so they could make money. Would that make sense? Institutionally short positions. Would it make sense for them to cash those out and try to make some money on the short side? Because if you look at the short positions against AMC, they're not very strong for this week. And so what I'm wondering is if they would, if they think that it might be more profitable to take a short position now, especially with the price movement that's happening currently, would they think that there's a possibility they could take a short position now and make more money in the short term than to make to wait, you know, what, a week or two to make money off of longs as price moves? I mean, because you would say based off of looking at this current pricing, you would look at this and say, okay, maybe this isn't going to rise that fast. And if you thought that, you might if you had a long position and it wasn't looking like it was going to happen, you might sell those and maybe take a short position. Maybe. I think the answer will be as to whether or not we see a whole bunch of puts start rolling in. If we see a bunch of puts start rolling in, maybe that's the answer. My dog just turned 7 years old, which I think in dog years is like 49 or something, right? And now I don't know if it's, I don't know what it is. Like, my wife told me I just started snoring in my sleep. I'm 45. I'm starting to wonder if there's like if there's some kind of like age thing to snoring. Maybe we just both need to lose some weight. I don't know. So if you guys hear snoring in the background, that's my dog. Not allowed to change price prediction, guys. Not allowed to change it. Once the price prediction is locked in, man, you can tell we are definitely tightening in on something about ready to happen here. It'll be really interesting to see if this breaks out down or not. You can see the volatility just absolutely pinching down here. I would love to see this breakout going down and hit the bottom side of the volatility Bollinger Band and rebound off of it like super hard. That would be awesome. You can see that the 29.35 level of support, you can see it holding. For right now, we're like bouncing off the top of it, but we're also bouncing off this bottom side of this ascending parallel channel. And everything is consolidating to this one point. I typically draw boxes. For those of you who are kind of new to the channel, I typically draw boxes in areas like this, and I would draw something leaving out just the tip. I would draw a box like this and say, like, this would be a breakout point because you'd have like consolidation forming between the ascending parallel channel and the Fibonacci retracement, and then you would see consolidation and then a breakout. And it typically would be down in this particular instance because you have a bearish channel. But with volatility being so low, if this breaks out going down hard and fast, it's going to hit the lower side of the Bollinger Band and rebound off of it like it's doing right now. This is a really interesting point in time right here because we're literally touching the simple moving average and testing the bottom side of this volatility, bottom side of this Bollinger Band here, which is set up for a 3 sigma at the same time, which is very abnormal. The last minute of trading was 211,000 shares for that minute, which is pretty high. We've hit what I would call an impasse. We've hit an impasse, and we have what appears to be more buying pressure on the order book than we have selling pressure. There's our first official touch on the Bollinger Band right there. That minute was 139,000 shares. Just the tip. No, I won't change it. GD. Even with like even for fun, I stick to it. I stick to my number, irregardless of like I just don't change it. Because for me guys, like the whole price thing, it's not a factor. It's not. I care about the volume. Like seeing the volume getting attacked the way that it is right now bothers me. I don't want them to attack our. Stay away from our volume, guys. Stay away. I think we're doing a great job. I mean, we're still maintaining huge amounts of volume considering the fact that we're getting attacked as hard as we are. If I pull back up the Stonko tracker, let's see if they borrowed some more shares here. I really want to stay on top of this because I want to make sure they're not like getting away from me. Okay, so far just returns. How does Ortex look? Man, Ortex is just really not showing like any reporting. Like it's just stayed the same. We've hit like this wall. I mean, Einstein, that's what it feels like. That's what it really feels like. It feels like they're shuffling money around. And you know, it does feel like that. I mean, look at the volatility. The volatility index being up at 19-20%, and we're not driving down in price. They're moving something. They're keeping us at bay while they move money around. Money is being shifted around like crazy. 19.94. That is massive. But they're moving in a way that doesn't affect us. Look at that. Look at that push down on that Bollinger Band there. Oh, this is going to rebound off that Bollinger Band pretty hard. Yeah, this is gonna just absolutely slingshot off this Bollinger Band. Look how far outside it was. It's pretty massive. Ollie's saying, or Einstein saying, keep your eye on crypto. When it tanks, we ride. Volume's not gone. It's actually increasing. It's absolutely increasing. Like 253 and then up to 303. Volume's definitely increasing here. Volume is increasing. We're bouncing off the bottom side of this, or we're not bouncing. We're driving through the bottom side of this Bollinger Band, which is set for a 3 sigma. There's going to be a correction to this here, but you know, Einstein's saying, you know, when you watch Bitcoin drop really quickly, I don't know if it's going to drop that quickly, but you can definitely see the head and shoulder pattern that's forming here. I do expect to see within, I don't know, the next month or two, a massive drop in that down to like the mid 20 range. Cost to borrow just went up. Let's see. You guys see it easier than I can. Oh, sheesh. He is not kidding, guys. Check this out. Oh, dang it. There we go. Cost to borrow just went from 0.5% to 1%. They're going to make it super, super hard to borrow shares. They're going to make it, oh. Oh man, our institutions are ruthless. They're absolutely ruthless. They want to make money on this on the other side. That's ruthless. Oh, they're going to make this so painful. Wow. That's basically our brokers who are lending out shares. They're sitting there saying, "Okay, you guys want to play this game? We're going to make you now we just doubled the amount of fees that it's going to cost you to start borrowing these shares. We're really going to start raking in the cash on hedge funds who want to try and use these shares to drop the price." You can definitely tell there's to not have this is a really hard push, guys. Super hard push because we have 1, 2, 3 touch points. One of the touch points way outside, almost an entire candlestick being outside of a 3 sigma Bollinger Band here. And yet price is still moving down and not returning to the simple moving average. This is a super hard push downwards here. Super hard. Very unnatural. I'm curious what this looks like on a 5-minute. Okay, not a whole, it's not touching Bollinger Bands there. And what about the 30-minute? Nothing. Okay. So we have a level of support at 28.49. We'll see if that holds. We do have a couple different, looks like levels of support at 28.55. There's 1,600 shares there. 1,365 at 28. Oh, we just got a 6,000 order in at 28.61. Look how empty, guys. Look how empty the buy orders are. Or sorry, sell orders are. Look how empty it is. 100s, 200s. That's it. It is empty. Oh man. The buying is like absolutely just stacking. This is an epic fight. This really is an epic fight. Somebody, AP, I'm just going to throw it out there. AP told me that I needed to watch Godzilla versus King Kong or King Kong versus Godzilla. I have not seen it yet, guys. I've just I've not gotten around to it. I really wanted to see it in a movie theater. I feel like it's one of those kind of epic movies that you got to see with, you know, the big sound and a big screen. And I never got around to going and seeing it. Um, and he told me, he said that there's specific reasons why he wants me to go see it, but he said that there were some interesting parallels to things that have been mentioned by Adam Aaron originally when the movie came out. You know, he'd said that, you know, I don't know. I don't know what I haven't seen the movie, so I really can't comment on it. But he said that there were some interesting things, that some parallels that to, you know, the fight that that we have going on currently. Don't ruin the movie for me. I still got to see it. But this does remind me of an epic fight right here, guys. This is really intense. I mean, you can feel the struggle. At least I can, based on this data here. Let's see what else is going on here. Let's look up what's going on. Tesla removes new Roadster pricing, appears to have sold out 250,000 Founders Series. Thing looks pretty. It looks like it almost looks like a Ferrari, like a 80s, an 80s Ferrari. Here's how many tickets AMC sold. I just clicked on the Cinemark News tab. I clicked on the Cinemark News tab and it says, here's how many tickets AMC sold this record-breaking weekend. It must have Tesla mentioned in here somewhere. Or not Tesla, I meant Cinemark. Yeah, there it is right there. Opening weekend of 253 million and international opening weekend of 334 million. Those are some pretty big numbers. It was a great movie, guys. If you haven't seen it, highly go recommend you see it. Please don't ruin it for anybody who hasn't seen it yet, guys. There's definitely spoilers. And for those of you who have not seen it, there's two. You know how they always do. Marvel always does two endings in the post-credit scenes. There's two endings, so stick around for both. Got about 5 more minutes before I do the next technical analysis. Okay, so there's our drive back to the simple moving average after having touched down on the bottom side of the Bollinger Band. We could see a reversal at this point. Anything kind of goes. This is what I would call a correction from this abnormal movement downwards. So this would be the correction. It could continue back down at this point or continue to drive upwards. The buy orders right now are looking really, really strong in contrast to the sell orders. So it may continue to move through this. It may have used the volatility increase to be using that as a rebound to drive price upwards here, because this was too pinched off. But we definitely drove outside that parallel channel, ascending parallel channel, and I'll probably have to draw out something new here. As it stands, actually, I'm gonna just draw it now. I gotta get rid of my Bollinger Bands, just so I can see it a little bit better here. As it stands, it looks like we might have a wedge. A wedgie for the hedgie. And it looks like we're about ready to break through. I probably drew it a little too late. Because as you guys well know, you always leave out just the tip. And let's see which way this is trending. It is trending towards the top side of the wedge. Let me just retrace this just a tad. Yeah, it's definitely trending towards it's trending down. So what you have here is you have two different, you have conflicting data on this wedge. You have falling price, as you can see by the trend line here, falling downwards, and you have decreasing volume, which is both of those indicators will be bullish, signaling for a breakout upwards on the wedge. However, oftentimes when I see the trend line pointing at the top side or the bottom side, whichever side the trend line is pointing towards, oftentimes you get a breakout going the opposite direction. So in this particular instance, this trend line is pointing towards the top side of this, but we do have falling price and falling volume. So we'll have to see what happens here. A little bit of conflicting data. Two more minutes. Guys, we're really not doing bad. We're down 1%. The rest of the market is on fire, absolute fire. And we have very good signals going on right now. So there's not, like, I would not feel down about this. We still have our trading minutes here are still trading slightly above. Most of these are trading above 100,000 shares a minute, which is not bad volume. It's not as good as it was starting the beginning of the morning, but that could definitely return. You know, we might be having just basically a volume correction for this period of time, and then if this starts ripping, I would just call this consolidation, because we were pretty high. We were pretty high and hot on some of our movements, and if you take some of this data here and you take out the extended hours and you look at where we moved from and where we're moving to, what you'll see here is more than likely a pennant. Yeah, it's a little long for a pennant. I mean, that's just a lot of consolidation. So we have you know, your huge price increase, and if I move up to like let's go to 30 minutes. Yeah, let's go back down to 5. Yeah, it's a bit long, and I'm of course taking out the extended hours here. But you probably have like something a little bit like this happening. Or maybe even perhaps like this. Let's see if I can actually draw that out. Let's see if we can get that to form up here. I don't think so. It looks more like a wedge to me than it does a descending wedge. Like a falling wedge. I'm going to draw a secondary. So I would say like this is like your support line down here going forward. So if we break outside of this, wedge right here, this daily wedge, if we break outside of that, then your next breakout point would be like right here. So if this does break out going down, and then you would see continuous volume dropping as this, or you might actually see volume start to increase as this price falls down a little bit more, and then you would see that price breakout going up. and that puts us kind of like in like the low 28 range as a bottom. Give us something to do waiting for us to rip. I don't know what to give you to do. Go eat lunch. That's what I'm about to do. All right, guys, it is 10 o'clock. Let's take a look at all of our numbers here. I feel like I'm missing something. What are you guys saying? Oh, AMC Stockmaster put something out here. Let me see what he said. He's got an image for us to see. What we got? What we got? I guess this is the daily. Okay, so okay. It looks to me like this is a pattern recognition. If you guys know AMC Stockmaster, he is an absolute genius in finding patterns and signals for what they look like and where they go to. He's got some very similar data here that's showing how we're kind of like on a repeat pattern of. Is that current? Hold on a second. It sure is current. Wow, that is amazing. And I've stated this on before, guys. When you see patterns that are repeating themselves on much larger intervals, and so this is the pattern that he's drawing out here is basically like everything from the June run up to now is playing out on the daily. When you see patterns that are repeating themselves on multiple time frames, that typically means that there's going to be a big price correction going up. Typically. Not always, but typically. So we have some very unique properties happening right now. What is going on in here? I am become shapes. Oh man, Monty, why are you gonna go and make me hungry? It's time to. What's a good time? It's almost lunchtime for me here. So let's take a look at it. Let's do a little technical analysis and see where we're at right now. Taking a look at the off exchange. I told you guys there was still room here. Normally we would have seen about 53% on our first run. Looking at the numbers, and it was only 46. So let's see if it's gone up here. We'll refresh it. 53. All right, so that's kind of where we should have been an hour ago. So it's at 53. The CBOE EDGX is at 11.25, which has dropped a little bit. We're getting there. They are getting close to the end of the room. The closet's getting stuffed. The closet is getting stuffed. It's really getting close to being full. Nothing else can go into it. So you can imagine some of the downwards pressure that's being applied with price discovery going into that closet. That tool is getting exhausted. Currently, according to Ortex, there is a borrowing of 61,000 shares today, 61.2 thousand shares. Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. What is going on with that? That's going to increase the estimated current short share interest of the free float. Just, nope, actually didn't change at all. It's the same, 20.26. It would have if it had been a little bit larger of a number. Taking a look at our options. Currently, we have highest amount of calls. Strike price is 30 still. It's the same as an hour ago, although 35 is starting to build up and almost become a front runner. But at a $30 strike price, it went from 15.8 thousand contracts to 23.7. And on the put side, the highest amount of put contracts currently at a $25 strike price. It was 28 an hour ago. So 25 actually took over. So there's a bigger spread between max amount of volume and on puts and calls. At the $25 strike price, at 28, let me start over. At 28 an hour ago, it was 7.6 thousand contracts. At 25, there's now 11.8. So there's still that 2-to-1 ratio in volume, but now a $5 spread between calls and puts, signaling it like a 28.5 closing price. I think 2 hours ago it would have been 29. So it's slightly, the estimates on options is slightly decreased just a little bit. Moving into, man, I forgot to transfer the screen. Something's going on with me today, guys. I'm forgetting stuff. Old age, senior moments. Santa Claus is getting old, but he's coming to town. All right, let me take you guys over to the main page here. And I brought Ortex over and didn't need it. Orders by Fidelity customers. Currently, we have AMC in third with 62% buys to 38% sales. Those are looking strong. I think that's really close to what it was about an hour ago. GME, I think, was in like, what, 15th position an hour ago? GME slipping to 25th, highest most traded stock. I'm telling you, they're going to suffer with volume. But they have a really good buy to sell ratio, 67 to 33. So there's that. There is that. AMC Stonko Tracker currently showing shares traded in the last. You guys notice the fee amount that went up there? Looks like no new borrowing having been done since the fee rate has gone up a full 0.5%. 17.5 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 85.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Not a whole lot of change here. There is a little bit of additional out of the money puts that are kind of stacking. I think there's some general consensus on optimism about price moving up here this week. So there is that. Okay, it looks like we might be. This is that pennant formation here. So we broke out of the daily wedge, and then I kind of have like a pennant / wedge formation for the daily. That has a breakout right around here, but it looks like we could break out maybe a little bit sooner. Again, falling price, falling volume, definitely makes this look like a possibility for breaking out going up. Markets. NASDAQ is down 1.9%, Dow Jones is down 1.8%, and S&P 500 is down 1.8%. Market is on fire with 6,047 decliners to 1,485 advancers. The VIX is up 19.52%. Tesla is down 3.84%. Hood is down negative 4.91%. Amazon is down 2.51%. Cinemark is up 1.88%. Doge is down 4.13%. Bitcoin is down 1.55%. GME is down 3.08%. And AMC is down 1.67%. We currently have more outflow than inflow by a 6-point spread. And let's see where our volume's at now. We probably, an hour ago, we were on pace for 227 million. That's probably dropped quite a bit if I had to guess, somewhere around 170, 180. Let's see. 90, 102 minutes. Is that right? Yeah, 102. We're on pace for 138, much lower than I would have anticipated. Much lower. Volume currently, my volume prediction for the day today was 130 to 150, something very similar to what we saw on last Friday. So you know, if you guys believe in giving the hedge funds a nice little attaboy pat on the back, the one thing you could pat them on the back for is decreasing the volume for the day today. They definitely did the deed in trying to drop that volume. However, it cost them. It definitely cost them to try and drive this volume down here. They want to set a sentiment for where this should be going. They don't want to give any kind of indicator that this is going to be moving upwards. If they can create a narrative that's against what we believe in, they will do it. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI at 43.09. On the hourly, wait, did I say it's more buying pressure than selling pressure? I'm sorry if I said that backwards. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.74. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.85. And on the 5-minute, looks like we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.75, which is just below average. Definitely getting some consolidation happening. It looks like we're going to break out maybe just a little bit before my box here. 2 minutes before. Not bad. Maybe not. Maybe it will be in my box. All right, let's see what you guys are saying here. Yes, Joe sent me a message, guys. Joe sent me a message. I can confirm. I know you guys were going back and forth about Joe Exotic. Who's the real Joe? I don't know what you guys are talking about, but the Joe Exotic that's sending this message right here that says, Casey, mind is blown. That is the real Joe Exotic. He did send me that message. Talking to Santa about Bane yesterday, and I look up and see Santa talking about Elf Bane. What are the chances? So, if you guys didn't see on Sunday, yeah, I think it was, yeah, Sunday. On Sunday, the question for the Matrix was, who did Agent Smith take over or possess when he came into the real world? And the answer was Bane. Bane was the name of the crew member that Agent Smith took over. Now, the information that that Joe had sent to me was there was a specific part in the movie, the Christmas Chronicles, I believe it was the name of the movie. There's a specific part where Santa says, I need to create a cure, or I need to find a cure. Dang it, let me just pull it up. I need to find a cure to save Bane. Elf Bane, I think was the quote. The quote in the movie is, I also have to find a cure for Elf Bane. Which, I mean, weird. Weird coincidences. I don't know how that works out, but very strange. All right, here we are, my box. Is this the breakout? They are ending in 69. What does that mean? Is 69 you're screwed? You screwed us, now we're gonna screw you. What is all the I have not done the research on. I know that there's very hefty information out there about signals that show up in 69, or the ending value number meaning something. Can you explain that to us? If I had to guess, guys, if I had to guess, when we started out the day today, if I had to guess, what's going on here is that there's not enough puts this week. When we started out the day, the amount of puts going into this day that were in the money was only like 10,000. If I was a betting person, if I were a betting person, what you're seeing have happen right here is you're seeing an allowance very similar to what you've seen when you pull up Stockmaster's image from earlier when I showed you guys that image. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this so I can put it up on the other one. Hold on, where did my mouse go? There it is. So what I specifically want you to see is that this is our May June run up right here. Right here. This is us currently right here. And this, I think, was a bear trap. I think this was a bear trap. Now, if we know that there was no puts, going into this week that were stacked up against anybody who is shorting AMC, and you have the same exact pattern today as what was developed throughout the time period from June, then what you have is you have a situation where the reason they dropped the price right here was because borrowing had ended. There was no more borrowing going on. So if we're seeing the same kind of pattern happening today, they may be trying, when I say they, I'm talking about our institutional brokers, they may be trying to elicit borrowing, sending signals that this could drop down. So there's a whole bunch of borrowing that goes on in short interest. That borrowing, we're seeing cost to borrow going way up. Our brokers want to make money on this. They really want to make money on this squeeze on the front side. That's where they make their cash. They don't plan on a squeeze. So if they're going to make some money somewhere, they got to make it on the front side. So if you see this doing a very similar pattern from what was happening, and this is indeed what I was talking about, a bear trap, you may be seeing a bear trap playing out in our price today. A whole bunch of allowance of discovery of shorting positions. And then when the buy button gets turned back on, when the volume gets turned back on, you see massive price increase locking those out of the money. So this could be a bear trap. And we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. We are inside the box, and we're getting really, really close to breaking outside of this one way or the other. We do have falling volume within this falling price, which should be a breakout going up. And let me just do a trend analysis. It is pointing towards the top, though. Son of a gun, I got rid of the data. Dang it. There we go. Well, it is time for me to go to break, guys. So before I go to break, I'm going to do one last thing here. Just in case. Put it right about there. For those of you who don't know, this is our trampoline. The hedge funds hate the trampoline. They absolutely hate it. I don't know why. What the heck? Come on. I got a wonky leg. Uh-oh, the trampoline's gonna fall over. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm gonna head off to break here, guys. I will see you back here at 11 a.m. for more fun. Getting COVID is a signal, I think. Trent, did you get COVID? I'm gonna just throw you some information here real quick. I've had COVID at least once confirmed. I think I actually have had it twice, but we didn't know what it was the first time because it was way too early. But I'm just gonna throw I'm gonna throw something really quick out there, Trent, because I got to get out of here. Otherwise, this price isn't gonna go up. What I wanted to throw out there to you is there's 3 things you really got to do for COVID. Do not fall asleep on your back. Number 1, stay off of your back. Number 2, make sure you get those vitamins E, D, zinc, and something else. I forget B. I think D, B, E, A, C, J, K, and zinc. I know those. I know the zinc one is really high. And then the third one is force yourself to get up and walk and pace. Even if it's just pacing back and forth around the room, whatever it is you do, make sure you get up at least once every hour. Set an alarm. Get up. Force yourself to get up, walk around, do something. Get that circulation in the blood. You absolutely need to have it. So do those 3 things. I can tell you right now, you will be golden. You'll be so much better off if you do those 3 things. The biggest one of them, though, and I gave them to you in the order that you should follow them in. The biggest one is stay off your back when you fall asleep. Do not sleep on your back. Please, please, please. That stuff is going to build up in your lungs, and you will have such a hard time afterwards. I'm still wheezing to this day when I sleep. So stay off that back. Sleep on your shoulders, sleep on your stomach if you can, whatever, but just don't sleep on your back. All right, I'm out of here, guys. See you at 11. That's a new album, guys, called The Spark, and it's by Veshza, Veshza, Veshza. I don't know. It's cool. I like it. You know, that first song, Never Looking Back, I kind of like it. I think it's appropriate. I don't know. I'm not sure if you guys like it or not, but oh, wait. We have a visitor.
Ho, ho, ho. You filthy animals. Merry Christmas. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies.
I make myself laugh. What can I say? Nikki coming to the channel and asking, are we in the blow? We had the signal for the blow on Friday, Nikki. It was very, very obvious. Those numbers were 19.10% increase in price and 231% in volume. If we don't see large volume and increases in price today, it is possible that we got a one-day blow. Don't start with me. It is possible. We saw that that exact same pattern formed in last year. So I'll show you. Kind of blinding you guys here a little bit, but if I scroll all the way to the top of this page, the data that I pulled, so similar kind of situation, right? We had starting in September, we were in the suck. The squeeze happened in October, September, October. I said it backwards. And then we moved into the later half of October and November into the bang phase. And the blow was one single day where we went up in price 51.41% and up in volume by 1,364% in volume. And then we had the cooling down cycle. The cooling down cycle lasted from 11:10 all the way up to 12:08 before we started the process all over again in early December, moving into the suck, squeeze, bang, blow cycle. So we're going to have to see what happens. Again, suck, squeeze, bang, blow is letting you know what phase of cycles we're in and what to expect during those cycles. I would expect. I don't know. I don't know what to expect really. I mean, I felt like we would see somewhere close to around the range of like $35, $36 for the day to day. We may or may not see that. Volume is certainly decreasing, but it's time to take a look at everything and see what kind of pace we're setting and see where we're headed. So let's do that. Rear differential schematic. Thank you. So in regards to suck, squeeze, bang, blow, I've told you guys that you know, it's kind of one of those indicators about trying to relate like how volume and us holding shares works in relationship to a working car engine. I shared that with a group of people on a think tank group that I just was introduced to last week, that AMC Stockmaster put together, and it's a pretty cool thing. I mean, it's really cool to be a part of a group that of individuals who have some very unique perspectives on everything. But I try, you know, I AMC Stockmaster asked that I post that specific thing inside there under. I'm trying to look for it right now. I can't find it. Oh, there it is. And one of the things that one of the responses that I got was this picture that I'm about to show you guys, if I can. Hopefully in a second. So somebody had also related some of the movements to a rear differential in a car, and they said that the economy Economy was the crankshaft. Then you have short hedge funds here, and then he had the Fed over here on one of the rear axles, and the GME on the other rear axle, and then he had AMC on a spider, one of the spider. I'm drawing a blank. Anyways, AMC and BB over here, and I said, you know what? I think you might have this a little bit wrong. I think you have GME on one side, AMC on the other, and the Fed is actually the spider. The Fed is perhaps like maybe the housing box for the rear differential, and then maybe perhaps the spider gears would be something like whatever it is that they use to kind of fluctuate or control speed rates for both maybe there are other stocks like BB, other meme stocks, or it could be also things like VIX or Bitcoin. Those kind of things would be those speed rates that affect both GME and AMC. So in other words, if AMC starts rising in price, in order to control that, they would turn the car in the direction of AMC, decreasing the rate of speed at which AMC would turn, and increasing GME, and basically like while the wheels are still turning forward and the charts look the same, it slows down the pace of whichever one has more buying pressure. So it's just kind of it's an analogic way of trying to look at car parts as the moving parts of our economy. If you guys aren't really car buffs and you don't understand how some of this stuff works, it might be a little confusing. But another piece to this puzzle too, as I had talked about, DRSing your shares. DRSing shares for GME is like knocking out these teeth in the gear. And so when those shares aren't in the market, when you take those shares out of the market, your gear's slipping. And so it's not allowing you to have your full amount of volume that you need to have, which is typically a bad thing. So anyways, I thought this was really interesting. I think this is good work. I need to lend credit to the person who posted this, who is Tremendeloso in our group. I'm not sure what he goes by on. I've never met him outside of this group, so I don't know what he goes by on YouTube. But tremendous work. Goes well with the name Tremendeloso. So I think it's really cool. For those of you who are kind of like car buffs, that may make some sense to you, or may help you to understand like how the market works the way it works. I don't know, just throwing it out there. But anyways, let's get into some of the stuff here. It is time to look into the technical analysis of what's going on today. Keep up with the latest trades, guys. Every time I explain it, it sounds naughty. If there's one thing that I've learned, Nikki, in all the years that I've been in engineering, is that engineers have a way of, and it's not me. I'm not the guy who makes these terms up, but they have a way of describing things in a very dirty kind of way. I don't know if that's purposeful or not, but it definitely it definitely happens. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way guys' minds work. I have no idea. Although women are engineers too. Maybe all of our minds work like that. I have no idea. Anyways, moving on. In the off exchange, let's refresh that, see where we're at. We're at 54% in the off exchange, and CBOE EDGX is 11%. That's still not to the highest capacity that the closet could be stuffed to, so there's still more room for price discovery manipulation there. Looking at Ortex, we have it appears to be a return of shares of 82,000. In the last hour, it was 61.2 thousand shares having been borrowed. Now it's 82 returned. That's going to decrease the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.24%. Cost to borrow is starting to drive up. We'll take a look here in just a minute at the short squeeze alert. Hopefully I can find it on Ortex. They kind of moved everything around with their recent update. Moving over to the options though, let me refresh Fidelity and take a look at those options, because those should be getting kind of juicy. I'm thinking. All right, let's update those options. All right, highest amount of volume. There's some long calls out there, $40 that are picking up. There's a lot of volume picking up on some higher volume strike prices. It's kind of interesting. So what do we have though? The highest amount of volume currently at a $30 strike price an hour ago was 23.7 thousand contracts, is now up to 27,000 contracts. On the put side of things, the highest level of volume still at a $25 strike price has increased from 11.8 to 17.6. So definitely some, what I was saying earlier about the puts picking up their pace. They definitely picked up the pace. If price rises up too much higher, we'll probably see that 25 turn into 28 for a strike, highest amount of volume for strike price. We'll see. We'll see as time moves on here. Moving to the other page, let's take a look at that short squeeze signal that Nikki had mentioned, which thank you for reminding me, Nikki. I completely spaced it. Let me see if I can find where that went. It usually is under... I have to try to remember where I got to it from before. Overview. See, they changed everything up on me now, and so it's like it's throwing me off a little bit. I think trading signals is what it's under. So, okay, so there was a tab for that. So we have a short squeeze type 2 trigger here on the 18th of December, which was actually that signal came through last Friday. Recommended holding days is telling you 10 days. So that would put the, let's see, if it came out on the 18th, it would put us on the 28th. And I was telling you guys with that signal that I was showing you before, it's signaling towards a big price increase incoming up to the 30th. So I would tend to agree with that short squeeze indicator. But it is a buy signal. And it has a pretty high level of significance. Oops, let me put it back to shorts. Orders by Fidelity customers. Currently AMC slipping to 4th position from 3rd, but still holding that 63% buy to 37% sell ratio. I believe GME had slipped to 25th earlier. Let's see where they're at now. Slipping a little bit further in volume. They're down to 28th, but they're still maintaining a good, actually increasing their buy to sell ratio to 69 nice percent to 31% sells. That's looking good. Shares having been borrowed in the last hour, there's definitely been some borrowing going on here. We have an additional 500,000 shares borrowed. Okay, borrowing's gone up from 6.6 to 7.1. That's pretty big, guys. Typically speaking, when I see us cross that 8 threshold, that's a significant number to me. 8 million shares borrowed in a single day when your normal day is 4.5. It's hard to ignore. It's very, very hard to ignore. So there's been a lot of borrowing going on. You can see that the fee rate for those borrows has doubled from 0.5% to a full percent. I mean, whoop-de-doo, right? It's like, I mean, so what? But it is still a significant jump. 17.5 thousand contracts are out of the or in the money on the calls. 85.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. This number right here, still a little too high. I'd like to see that under 100K out of the money calls. The markets, what doing? NASDAQ is down 1.71, Dow Jones is down 1.81, S&P 500 is down 1.6. We currently have a declining market, which looks like it's slightly improving. Decliner, but it is still on fire. Decliners currently 6,002 decliners to 1,555 advancers. The CBO, the VIX is currently improving as far as volatility goes. I don't know if volatility is necessarily improving, but it dropped from 19% down to 16.69. Tesla is down 2.83. Robinhood is down 6.15. Amazon is down 2.36. Cinemarket is up 0.37. Doge is down 3.18. Bitcoin is down 0.72. GameStop is down 2.81, and AMC is down 1.72. Taking a look at our inflow versus outflow, there's a 10-point spread with more outflow than inflow, but only a 1.7% drop in price, which is actually, for the amount of outflow that we're seeing more than inflow, that's actually kind of significant. Moving to our daily interval. We currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.07. On an hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.26, which is just above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.75. We've cooled off quite a bit. Our RSI has kind of cooled off. Even buying and selling pressure on a 5-minute interval with RSI at 47.07. This has definitely cooled off enough to be able to start seeing another rise in price. As it stands, though, we are currently moving downwards. This flag would have been 11:42 to 11:53, so basically 11 minutes. So 12:04 would be a breakout, which it didn't happen. So it's definitely not a pennant. It does kind of look like we're still on like a descending wedge. Maybe just extended out. What we could see have happen here is you have a level of support here at 28.49. You could see a breakout right here. Due to that level of support, you might see consolidation right into that box area inside this wedge, or another point at which it could break out is potentially here, leaving out just the tip. Trampoline holding. Too bad we didn't get a bounce off of it. One of these days that trampoline's going to hit a bounce. I don't know when. %99 of Bitcoin volume is managed by whales and institutions, according to this analysis. That was a Benzinga article. Here we got a GME article. Check out what whales are doing with GME. A whale with a lot of money to spend has taken noticeably bearish stance on GameStop. Looking at options history for GameStop, we detected 13 strange trades. And moving back over to what you guys are saying. MCon asking, are we going lower? I don't think so. I didn't do a volume. I didn't do our volume. Why didn't I do our volume? We were on pace for 100 and... Did I do our volume? I did do our volume. We're on pace for 138? Or is that what I did earlier? Let me check it again. 138 is showing what we had last on here. Yeah, I think that was earlier. That's what I checked before I went to break. So... Looks like we're on pace for about 101 million shares for the day today. That's going to be a decrease in volume day over day if that's the volume pace that we continue to keep up. There was definitely an attack on volume earlier in the day today. You could tell that volume, they didn't, you know, those who were they did not want the volume to be as high as it was going into this morning. I mean, we had incredible amounts of volume in the very first part of the morning, and this is a very definitive attempt to try and knock that volume down, kind of push this into a stagnant state. If you take a look at the Bollinger Bands on this, you can see the amount of volatility that was showing up on this Bollinger Band here was super massive, and then you can just see it like just pinching down, super tight. A little expansion right here, but then pinching down some more. So a lot of attempts to try and control volatility. The question is how long can they keep that up for? Can they continue to maintain that at their current borrow rates and using the tools that they use to, for example, like off exchange and whatnot, to hide price discovery? Also, guys, I want to throw something out there. My mom called me up while I was on break. She's looking out for me, guys. She's looking out for me. Just like I like to look out for you, she likes to look out for me. And she said, Casey, you're not a doctor. And I'm not. I'm not a doctor. In fact, the best that I have is a CPR certification and a hazmat certification. And so first aid. So I do have a little bit of training in the medical side of things, but I am by no means should be handing out health advice. If you guys have COVID, seek the care of your doctors. And that's probably as far as I should go with that. I'm not a doctor. But I did sleep on my bed last night. Crazy Pepe, good morning. Joshua says we are replaying December 16th again. Let me go back to December 16th and look at it really quick here. Oh, I see what you're saying with you mean December 15th and 16th, where we had like a big spike in volume on the 14th, went down in volume on the 15th and 16th, and then had another big spike in volume again. It's very possible. It is very possible that we're into something like that. That is not very typical what we see in the blow phase. However, there has been some very unique things that have occurred inside this blow phase. If we've gone down to the cooling off period, for example, if we just had that single day of price exponentially increasing and volume exponentially increasing, and and we went into like that cool down period between now and our next cycle, then we're going to have to repeat all the cycles again. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Again, Suck Squeeze Bang Blow doesn't try to tell you what the future is. It just tells you what's happening. Zach, it's not a dead cat. Somebody said, say something to Zach. Who said that? JP said, someone say something to Zach, for goodness sake. I actually didn't even see it. No, Joe. I can't take that risk again. Yeah, I get that feeling, JP. I get that feeling a lot. And there's two ways to react to it. Either ignore it or tell them, ask them why that matter, or why that opinion matters. Why does it matter that it's a dead cat if you think so, Zach? We'll take the second approach instead of ignoring. We'll try and we'll go with the second approach and find out why Zach thinks it's a dead cat. Why does it matter if it's a dead cat, Zach? What should we do with your opinion that this is a dead cat? Because I'm leading him into something here. Guys, I swear I own 2,800 shares, but I'm getting tired holding one, for 1 year. What do you think we should do, Zach, with your opinion of this being a dead cat? What do you think we should do? Because I am curious about your opinion as to what you think we should do if you think this is a dead cat. Yeah, I see that, Einstein. He wants to help us. That's why I'm asking. What do you want us to do, Zach? What should we do? We're all panicking with you. This is a dead cat. What are we supposed to do, Zach? Please, you must tell us. We need to hear. I'm going to show you guys exactly how you deal with this. What should we do, Zach? No response? I'm so surprised. What? No response. Come on, Zach. What are we supposed to do? What do we do? Oh my goodness. What do we... Zach is right. What do we do, Zach? You're our savior. Tell us what we're supposed to do. I'll tell you. if you ever get this, where somebody comes to you and they say it's a dead cat, and you ask them, you confront them, and you say, what should I do? Act panicked. What do I do? Oh my gosh, you're right. What do I do? And when they tell you should sell, what you do is you look at them straight in the face and you say, I'm going to buy some more. And just laugh. Laugh and laugh and laugh. Because you know what? They can't handle that. They can't handle that. You will see FOMO kick in on their face. It is so awesome. It is completely awesome. They don't understand. They don't understand when you don't have fear. When you don't have fear, you have control. So you laugh. I'm telling you guys, give them the craziest laugh you can possibly give. You want to sound like you're just nuts. Sound like you're nuts. Give them just a crazy Trace Trey laugh. Like, ha, I can't even do it. I can't even do a Trace Trey laugh. Give them the hardest, deepest laugh you can give them, and just laugh. Laugh. Because you know what they don't know. Jabba the Hutt. Oh, wait. Deep Jabba. I can't even say it. My dad used to do the best Jabba the Hutt. Oh my gosh, it was hilarious. If Zach, you're back. If Jimmy does not move volume, does not mean shit, even if it's at 200 million. Am I wrong here? Jimmy does not move volume. I'm lost. Pizza the Hut. I'm so confused by what you're saying, Zach. If Jimmy does not move volume, does not mean even if it's at 200 million. Am I wrong? I really don't understand what you mean by that. I don't get it. I mean, I legitimately want to understand what it is that he's trying to say. I think he's trying to say if Jimmy does not move volume. Oh, you're saying that Jimmy needs to move volume in order to have price discovery. And I would agree with that. And I think that part of the problem that they're having with that is the fact that they've had a lot of people who have DRS'd their shares, which is kind of tying up the volume. But it really doesn't matter because I don't believe. I mean, you can go back and you look at Friday, right? GME had like what 7% up on Friday, and we were up to like 19%. Where GME carried AMC and all the other meme stocks, AMC is now doing that. So it doesn't really technically matter because I think we could have a squeeze on AMC and still see GME do very, very well for itself. So I don't think that it necessarily has to be the driving force behind everything for them to have volume. It would certainly help, but it's not the end all to everything here. Fintel now reports short positions. Can you check? I can look. My subscription for Fintel has ran out and I've not updated it since. But let me check it and see. I would assume that that would be under the company who is shorting. So I'm going to start there with like, I mean, the obvious one, Citadel. I really need to, I think I'm going to need to sign up for their subscription again in order to see. Let's see. Of course, I'm locked under. I'm locked out of a paywall on Fintel, but I'm seeing their call and put positions, but I don't see. Yeah, I'm locked out of the. I'm gonna have to pay for a new subscription to Fintel if I want to get this data. The most current. Yeah, I'm locked out of so much data here. I don't see anything new on the sheet here though that shows me like short position. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything in regards to that. I may be missing something. I need to get a Santa hat. I need to go find one. I actually asked my wife to pick one up for me in the store when she went shopping last, and she couldn't find one. What the heck is this? Okay, so he's actually sending me that. Looks like I need to. It's showing type. It does say short on there. Let me try it again, because I was on the. Let me try here. Ugh. They're so bad. Intel is so bad about hitting you up with like advertisements if you're not a paid subscriber. It's terrible. Short shares availability. Fintel is reporting it now. Ooh. I feel like I need to subscribe for this. This might be some cool information. Oh, these paywalls. All right, I might have to sign back up for this again. Let me check it out and see if it's something I should sign up for. I'm gonna have to look into it. I, Akira, I'm gonna have to look into it. I know what your real name is. I just don't. I can't say it. I'm gonna have to look into purchasing my subscription back on there. Yeah, I'll have to look into it because I actually my subscriptions expired probably about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, and then I was just kind of like, I'm not really using it. Do I really want to buy it again? Because to be honest with you, like I really didn't feel like I was there. There's some deep, in-depth stuff you can look at in there. If you really want to kind of like dig into like the inner workings of a lot of where the money is going or being transferred to. Um, and while I would love to dig into some of that information, I don't know that I necessarily always have all the time. So I just really wasn't using like key portions of their data. Yep, Einstein says falling wedge reversal inbound, trying to sharpen my charting skills. That's what I've got going down here. I've got a falling wedge, followed by decreasing price and decreasing volume, which is should be a reversal, a bullish reversal. I was hoping for a breakout right here where we had a line of support, but they drove it past that line of support there. Sometimes it breaks out in between my next box, in between my two boxes, just to prove me wrong. But my next breakout point would be in this range down here. Excuse me. Yeah, Akira, I was looking to see. So when I typed it in there on the website, I typed in Citadel under AMC to see if it was a shorting stock, and nothing popped up when I did that. So let me, I'll have to do some more digging into that, and it will definitely require a subscription, I think, to figure out what's going on there. Unfortunately, like every 5 seconds after I open it up on my computer here, I get an ad that pops up and won't allow me to do anything. It pops up the whole screen. I can't close it out. Hence the reason for when I go to the stats page over here, you see in the top right hand side it says keep up with the latest trades. Thanks a lot, Fintel. Appreciate it. Making the small guy pay for information that the big guys probably get for free. It is what it is. But I can tell you what though, Akira, is that probably starting about 3 to 4 weeks ago, the narrative was being set in place where they took out a bunch of long positions on Citadel. They went from like 3 or 4 million in long positions to 9 million. And the narrative was getting set in place for them to be able to say or make the appearance that they had covered their short positions. However, the other data that was out there did not agree with that. And to top it off, institutions started selling shares because they weren't loaning shares any longer, creating a bunch of new short positions. And there's a lot of short positions that are out of the money that were stacked over the last week or two. They actually got trapped like 2 or 3 weeks in a row on Fridays. You remember those big Friday run-ups that we had 2 weeks back to back, and then this last week, the Friday run-up? Yeah, those were really, really, really costly. We were just looking to see if Citadel was reporting any short data, because it appears that Sean, it appears that Citadel is, or Fintel is reporting short data now, or short interest. So, but when I did the search for it, nothing pulled up on it. So, and what was the last report was on 11/15, and does it say that's open or closed, or does it say an amount, or does it just show like a lock function on there? I'll probably, when I go on break, I'll look at and see if I should get another subscription, see if it's worth looking up. What is it at right now? So they have officially dropped volume under that 60,000 mark starting at right around 1222. So we've been under 60K volume pretty much the whole time since. There's been a few periods of minutes where it's been slightly over that. So they've definitely done the job of deleting the volume. Managing, this is volume management control here. So if they were to let this go and let it run, it probably wouldn't run very far. It would have a difficult time running far. We have about 8 more minutes, guys, before we take a look at the technical analysis. So we had over this weekend, guys, we had another alert like this show up that said an anonymous crypto wallet moves 696 million worth of Bitcoin. This actually popped up. I think it was on Saturday, and I'm not sure if it was exactly the same amount, but it looks like it's happening a second time. Anonymous crypto wallet moves 696 million worth of Bitcoin. So, in fact, this article looks exactly like it's a carbon copy of the one from Saturday. Who knows what that's all about? A lot of people say this is just kind of normal stuff that happens to protect the money. Well, you know they're not going to go down, Anthony. You know they're not going to go down without a fight. It's always going to be a fight, right? There's going to be, and even on the way up, when this thing starts ripping, on the way up, we're going to have fights. You know, look at that trading 212 message that I kind of told you guys about earlier this morning. You know, if that doesn't reek of something, I have no idea what would to you. But that message that I got this morning said, for those of you who didn't hear it, Trading 212 put out a notice saying if you decide not to consent to your share lending agreement, your account will continue to be close only mode. You won't be able to open new positions, but can close existing ones. We understand your viewpoint, yet these terms are the same for everyone to ensure fairness. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, to me, that sounds like taking away a buy button to me. But I can guarantee you guys, as this thing progresses, we're gonna see dirtier and dirtier tricks being played. Bjork's saying Bitcoin move to exchanges usually means someone is wanting to sell or put fake sell orders, or that you're transferring Bitcoin into vaults like Coinbase vault storage. Yeah, I don't either, Joshua. I really don't either. I mean, based off the data that I typically track on Ortex, it's telling me that we've got a really big price increase coming. I mean, it's not just a 1-day movement of 19%, but like multiple days worth of price improvement, major price improvements coming between now and the 30th of this month. So, and then there's actually a double bottom to that indicator, which is on loan average age per day. And the double bottom would signify that we're going to have that big price increase, followed by either a downtrend or sideways trading period of time, followed by another increase in huge price movements going out to the 6th of January. So we have two very big indicators on that showing up right now in Ortex. Right. I mean, that would be my highest, the message that I would try to send out to individuals that are out there is that we own this, we control this, we get to decide when this is over. Them taking away a buy button is not the end by any means. Like, don't halts on the way up is not the end. Dips in price of 50 to 67, even 70% is not the end. Those are the attempts to try and weed out the strong from the weak. And it's going to happen. There's going to be people who sell on the way up. That's where those big dips really come from. And I can show you guys. Let's see here. This is how you weed out. This is how you weed out the weak. I'll move it over here. This is GME kind of like in a snapshot, like in some significant turning around points. The very first one that I think is most significant is the one where it drives on 122. The price was 54.47, and then on the 25th, the price drove from 54.47 to 136. And then on the same day from 136, hitting 136, it drops down to 65.01, which is a 52.2% decrease in price. Then it drives up 144.9%, back up to $160, and then drops again down to 61.13. Right there, those four movements all on a single day, from 136 to 65 to 160 down to 61. There were paper hands that were generated in there, and you can see that in the dip amount. Anything over a 21.5% dip in price is paper hands. And so it was 52.2 and then 61.6. They found some paper hands. But then right after that, 2 days later, on the 27th, the price rips up almost 500% and going up to $366. But that wasn't the end. If you managed to hold through those first days of the 25th, the first major swings, you had more to come. Many, many, many more swings to come. One of the worst swings being after the top side at 76.8% dip in price. But there's many, many swings in here. And if you look in these prices and just kind of look at it and see how time transpired. Oh, that leads me to something I wanted to show you guys. Tradingview has this really cool function. And I want to show you something. I want to show you this because I think that it's really important for you guys to kind of relive price movements of GME. So let me get rid of this and this. And I'm going to show you something on TradingView that I think is really, it could be beneficial to you to just kind of watch something transpire. I'm going to go to the 30-minute interval on TradingView. And guys, TradingView is free. You can download you can just go to the website. You don't even have to, it's not even a download. You can just go to the website, and I think you can just sign up with like a free account. And then what I want you to do is I want you to pull up GME, right? Pull it up, type in GME, and go to like the 30-minute interval. And the reason I'm saying 30 minutes is because it gives you like a much better, for free, you can only go back so far. So in order for you to go back to January, you'd have to put it down to a lower time frame, or higher time interval. And then what you can do is you can actually you can hit this replay button right here at the very top of the screen. Let me get rid of my junk on the screen for you there. You hit this replay button, and then you can select a time period to replay. And so you select your first point. Maybe we pick like, I would pick something like maybe like January 21st, maybe. Oh. Okay, never mind. You can't do it without a subscription. Just kidding. I thought you could do this without a subscription. I guess not. That really sucks. You could do a 30-day free trial. I'm not trying to promote it, guys, but I think it's really cool because I saw somebody do this. One of the guys in our group here has a subscription to this, and you can hit this replay button and essentially like pick the time frame that you want to view, and then you just hit play on it, and then it shows you like as price transpires. And if you just like look at that and you try to imagine like you were living through it as it was actually happening, it's a real eye opener, guys. It's a real huge eye opener as to how much volatility. It doesn't really show up as well on this higher time interval since I'm on a 30-minute. But if you get like a subscription to TradingView, you could do like a lower time interval and actually watch it on like the minute basis, turn up the speed on this thing and just crank it and just kind of watch it trade through each day through GME, and just kind of realize what kind of things transpired, and look for trends and patterns that stick out to you. I think that would be a very useful tool. I know there used to be, I would give you guys the link if it was still working, but there used to be a link that somebody had out there that you could go to that would test your skills and seeing if you could pick the top of a squeeze. And it would just basically like start spitting out numbers at you and showing you like a graph, and like you gotta like just pick at some point that you're gonna sell, and then it shows you like where you would have sold at. I mean, it's kind of fun. I mean, if you want to do it the freestyle, like if you want to do it at a freestyle, take a sheet of paper, right, and like just put it up on the screen so you can't see through, or maybe just put your hand up there so you can't see through there, and then just like slide your hand forward and then like say like, okay, trying to relive the moment and be like, okay, where would I sell at? And this is where I think you'll start to see that some of those indicators that really kind of stand out to you as you're moving your fingers forward, or paper, whatever it is you're doing, and you start seeing volume doing kind of weird things. And you're like, wait a minute, I see like some volume patterns and I see dipping patterns that are very unique. And so you might see something there that will help you out. Of course, I do plan on helping you guys out along the way. I'm not going to leave you guys high and dry. I actually do have a plan. The two big indicators that I'm going to be looking for as far as time to exit my position will be flagging at the same time. They have to be flagged at the same time, one of them being day over day volume decreasing. And then the second indicator is dip over dip size decreasing. So as soon as the first indicator triggers, like when I look at my pre-market volume for the day, if I see that the pre-market volume is signaling towards a lower day in volume, I'm going to continue to watch volume very carefully that day to see if volume is decreasing over time throughout the day, or if it's just going to be like a or if it's an anomaly. Ugh, I can't. An anomaly. An anomaly. So that's really what I'm going to be looking for. But then the second part to that is looking for dip size decreasing, because once the dip size starts decreasing, guys, that means that the demand is kind of decreasing. And so once demand and volume start decreasing at the same time, both those indicators, then the next uptick or the next time that price starts to move upwards, you're going to be looking for something that gets you to within 25 to 15% of the top. And you're going to be trying to sell on an uptick instead of selling on a downtick. You don't want to be, it's more difficult to get your orders filled on a downwards price movement than an upwards price movement. So that's something to consider. And I do have links for you guys on strategies. So if you guys ever want links on strategies, there's lots and lots of different strategies out there on exiting your position. Start doing that research now. You don't want to be stuck trying to figure out what you're going to do when it's time to do it. Okay, it looks to me like we're breaking out of this descending wedge here. Volatility is picking up, so is volume. Not too much though. What time is it? 12:07. Oh, it's past time, guys. I forgot to do the. Did I forget to do the technical analysis? Somebody remind me. I feel like did I just time warp or something? I feel like I forgot. Let's do it real quick here. I feel like I just did it though. See your moment. There's no way I did it in 9 minutes. So let me just do it again real quick here. Do the technical analysis. We're gonna go over the stats page here. We'll go ahead and update the off exchange. An hour ago it was 54 and 11. It is now 54 and 11 still, but it did slightly increase, but fractionally on the off exchange. There's still a little bit more playroom in there for them to stuff price discovery into. And moving to Ortex, we're now showing a borrowing amount that's in the positive range instead of negative. An hour ago it was negative 82,000 shares borrowed for the day. It's now up to 227,000. That's going to increase the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.29%. Moving over to the options page, let's refresh that real quick. On the call side of things here, the highest amount of volume currently at $30. An hour ago it was 27,000 contracts at 30. It's now 28.4, so just ever so slightly increasing. On the put side of things in here, yep, they've definitely increased a little bit more on the puts. $25 strike price has gone from 17.6 to 18.6. Taking you guys over to the other page, orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently slipping to, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 5th position. It was in 4th an hour ago. Still has a strong 63 to 37% buy to sell ratio. Not bad. Anything over 60-40 is good. I'd love to see 70-30. That would be awesome. GME currently has, I think they're holding at around 28th spot as far as volume goes. 69% buys to 31% sales. Nice. One, 200 more thousand shares being borrowed, is now up to 7.3 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day. The borrow rate has, borrow fees has slipped a little from 1 to 0.9. Currently we have 17.5 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 85.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. The Nasdaq is down 1.81. Dow Jones is down 1.79. S&P 500 is down 1.66. Market slightly more declining at an hour ago, with 6,028 decliners to 1,534 advancers. The VIX is up at 17.01. Tesla is down 3.48. Hood is down 7.38%. Wow. Amazon is down 2.08. Cinemark is up 0.37. Doge is up 3.28. Bitcoin is up 1.18. GME is down 3.16 and AMC is down 1.37. If you take a look at our inflow versus outflow, there is currently a 9-point spread with more outflow than inflow, and our volume has definitely decreased. It was 101 million shares average towards the end of the day, driving up here. Let's see what do we got. Let's see, plus. Looks like we're on pace for about 83 million shares traded for the day today. Massive, massive drop in volume throughout the day today. However, the volume is starting to kick back up a little bit here. We are up over 60,000, back into the hundreds again, but not too much beyond that. So not crazy amounts of volume. On the daily, we currently have interval. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 43.14. On a 1 hour interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.69. Looks like it's about ready to cross back over again here. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.84. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover imminent with 53.1 RSI. Volatility definitely picking up, price moving upwards. Michael Dieter. I have seen that name before. How's it going, Michael? I feel like it's been a while. New question on Instagram story? You gotta be kidding me. I thought we were done with this. Let's go back. Let's see. I thought we were done. In the Matrix 1999, what is Cypher eating while meeting with agents? It's steak, guys. It's steak. Don't forget your pound sign. He's eating steak and I don't know if it was potatoes or not. He's eating steak though. Steak is what he's eating, so just put that. I think he has like a classic meal on the table. So don't forget your hashtag the Matrix with capital T, capital M, and sweepstakes, pound sign sweepstakes, all lowercase. It's just steak, Joe. An NFT could be worth a lot of money, Monty. I think it's kind of worth it. But excuse me, by all means, you know, if you want to take yourself out of the contest, I'm more than willing to let you, you know, take your spot. I will gladly take your spot, guys. I have been saving up these bottle caps. I know this seems really stupid. I don't know if any of y'all are like Fallout 76 players or not. I used to. I actually didn't start playing Fallout until was it 4? I think that was before 76. Whichever one was before 76. I think it was Fallout 4. And absolutely fell in love with the game. And I'm saving these bottle caps for my beers that I've been drinking. Because the reason I'm saving these is for those of you who haven't played the game. It's a post-apocalyptic world where basically like they assume that nuclear bombs went off in like the 60s or 50s or something, 50s I think. And in the post-apocalyptic world, bottle caps are worth currency. And so I've been saving up my bottle caps here, and I don't know. My wife said that this is going to sound like I'm selling myself. I'm not really trying to sell myself, guys, but you know, I'm trying to keep things interesting. My wife said that when you break 500 subscribers, you're supposed to do something, give something away. And since we're going to be in a post-apocalyptic world, um, I have like 10 bottle caps here that I might give away. I'm doing this for free, guys. These bottle caps are going to be worth money, you know, when this is all over and our economy's tanked and everything, and you know all of our money's trash. These bottle caps will be worth something. So I don't know. I've been thinking about, you know, signing the bottle cap or some crap like that. I have no idea, or just putting like thank you on it, or I don't know, and then finding some people to give these out to on the channel. So I haven't really decided how I'm going to do it. Um, I know it sounds really stupid, but it's something. Won't even get you a stim pack. See, Duncan knows what he's talking about. And I'm not trying to sell you guys on anything. I just thought, you know, hey, wouldn't it be fun to just get a bottle cap in the mail one day from Casey? I don't know. Who knows? It sounds kind of stupid to me, honestly. But she was trying to convince me you should do something when you hit 500, and I was like, all right, well. So starting about like I don't know 10 or so days ago, I started collecting bottle caps. How many do I have here? Let's see, two. Oh, I dropped one. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9. So today will be 10. And ironically, today I don't know. My mom said I broke 500. I think. I don't know. I don't really check all that often, so maybe today's the day, and I'll pass out 10 of those. Although it seems like 5 would be more significant. You know what we didn't do this week, though, guys? Today is Monday. Today's Monday, and we forgot to do something. I forgot something. I'm going to say we all forgot. We all forgot because nobody said anything to me about it. Until I just reminded myself. So thanks a lot, guys. Just kidding. Let me pull up my let me put you guys on the other screen for just a second while I pull up another piece of paper here. Let's see that, and put you guys back. Okay. This is just for fun, guys. Just for fun. Obviously, it would have been cooler if I'd have set this up earlier in the day today. What did we open at? We opened up at 28.96. sure I got this right. So that. Okay, I think this is right. Duncan asking if I've seen the information that he had sent me earlier today, and I did see it, but I didn't have a chance to click on it. Duncan had sent me this information here. I can't. Let's see if I can just take a screenshot of this real quick here. The poll is up, guys. I just got the poll up, and I know that's I know it's a little late in the day, but it's better late than never. Does kind of skew our results a little bit, but according to Duncan, the top 10 foreign stocks this year from Nordnet. It's one of the main Scandinavian brokers, has a list of top traded stocks for the year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. AMC in 7th. Weesh. That looks like a 2. I cannot draw, guys. That's terrible. 7th place. That just bothers me. And then GameStop down here, 9th. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can see it. Well, let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would only leave 4 left over. I think I have 6 admins. Just check. Steak with 3 pieces of parsley on his plate. But he was eating steak. I don't believe he had anything else other than the steak that he was eating at the time, if memory serves me correct. And man, I'll tell you what, that steak that he was eating, oh, that looked like some juicy steak. It looked really, really good. I don't know what restaurant they went to eat that at, but I kind of want to know. I guess maybe I'll have 5 bottle caps to give out. Maybe I'll come up with questions tomorrow, and hand out and give out 5 bottle caps. Maybe I'll do something similar to AMC and do like a daily question. I think one of the higher viewing periods of time is somewhere around like 11 a.m. So maybe around like 11 a.m. Central Standard Time or noon. Maybe when Eastern Standard Time, I'll come up with some questions. AMC related questions that you guys can find the answers to, and if you're the first person to find the answer, then I'll make you the winner, and you can contact me off to the side and give me your address, and I can send it to you. Solid NFT. Casey's bottle caps. Sean says I'll pass. Sean is giving up his bottle cap. I was gonna give out a bottle cap to each admin, but Sean is throwing his bottle cap into the mix. It'll be 6 bottle caps. No, actually, that would make 5. That's 5. That's perfect. Joe, I would take the red pill. I would take the red pill. If given the choice between taking the red pill and the blue pill, I would by far take the red pill. In fact, I had a conversation with somebody one time on Reddit. I was trying to score an interview with them. They had some good information. And I don't remember what it was that they said, but I asked them a question. I said, "Are you a red pill or blue pill?" And they said blue pill. I said, "All right, have a good one." It's like, if they don't know the answer to that, I'm not gonna go there. So I don't know. I feel like you should always take the red pill. Yes. I could do that, Active Douglas. That's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Some of the bottle caps are kind of cooler because they actually have the name of the beer that I'm drinking when I drink, and it says Thirsty Planet, which is kind of ironic because we're going to a new planet, hopefully, in our rocket trip. Always take the red pill. See, Dan's with me. Oh, Sean says if I'm a billionaire, I take the blue pill. That's an interesting perspective. I understand that. I get that. That makes sense to me. I mean, when you think about it, that's kind of the situation. The guy who was eating the steak. That's kind of his situation, right? I mean, he didn't want to take the red pill anymore. Send you the beer, you'll send me the cap. I could do that. I don't know. Actually, I probably could get in trouble for doing that. That's not a bad idea though. I kind of like that. It's kind of cool. That's a good one. I don't know if I can legally send beer though in the mail. I think I could get in trouble for that. I might have an underage listener. We all know now. Derek is under the age of 21. The only person to come up with the idea. Ooh, good point. Sean said he sold everyone out with the blue pill. Yeah. I really kind of like that idea, Derek. I'll have to look into that. Maybe if I can get you guys to prove your age, maybe I can do it. I don't know. That's kind of a fun idea. Jana coming in with the authoritative answer. Jana may have some experience in the postal industry. I'm just guessing. Or some very extreme knowledge about what you can and can't ship through the postal system. What's going on with consolidation or distribution? MCon, I'm not a Wyckofian. expert, and really GD might be the best one to. Was it GD or Father? I think it's Father. Father, I think, is the best one to maybe perhaps talk about distribution versus accumulation. But I think I think right now what it really looks like to me is that there's some. Let me pull back out here just a little bit. I feel like we're in an accumulation phase with perhaps some consolidation going on right now where we're at. We're obviously not really moving too far. I mean, we're only down 1.77% for the day-to-day. I mean, it's not really that much down. So one of the things that's been discussed a lot is that we're perhaps in a inverted. I'm going to get rid of a lot of the junk that's on the screen here and take a screenshot so I can kind of show you guys. But what we have here is, let's edit this. If I take this image, and I rotate it around, that's not the right way. Let's do this. Let's go this way, and then, yeah. So if I were to show you this picture like this, we have seen this pattern over and 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 over. It's like just tons and tons of times. And if I were to kind of draw in a pattern to you, and I would point out, like, here you have good old devil head over here, right here. Good old devil head followed by your head and shoulder pattern in here, right? Price movement or we've seen this pattern like just over and over and over and over and over. And I'll show it to you here in just a second. But what comes next is, after you have the consolidation period, you have price movement heading back down further. Now what you have to remember is that I just inverted this canvas, right? So when I invert this back to the way that it's supposed to look, that's where we're heading. So as I show you this, right, inverted, I'm going to now show you how we've seen this pattern play out over and over and over in our history with AMC. Here's your devil head, your head and shoulders, and your downwards movement price. Here's your devil head here, head and shoulders, downwards movement in price. So there's two examples right there back to back where I can show you where it's happened. If I scoot on over a little bit more, this one was kind of a weird one where it had like the devil head was almost like incorporated into the head and shoulders. So you've got your devil head here, or maybe you might consider it this part right here, not sure which, but you got devil head here, maybe your devil head here, head and shoulders, price decrease. We've seen it so many times. Here's one of the most, this is probably one of the most profound ones that are in here. Devil head, head and shoulders, devil horns, whatever you want to call this. Pitchfork, I don't care what you want to call it done. Price movement going downwards. So we've seen this repeating pattern like over and over and over on AMC, and it always results in one thing, which is downwards price movement. So when I throw this picture back on and I tell you here's basically the same exact picture, right? This is our price movement. Oh, come on. Back in August. This is our price movement back in August, and if I show you this and I say like, look, we're doing the same rough thing as we did back in August, and then I say, but guess what? We actually are this and not the other way. You go, oh, ding. So it's been suggested. We actually, I think a lot of us were thinking that, and this was kind of the mysterious part here. A lot of us really felt like the secondary shoulder to this was actually going to come. We were going to see a little bit more of an upwards price movement and maybe the consolidation up here, right? The consolidation at this level, which I think that would be around like $34 before seeing that upwards price movement. But it just turns out that so far it looks like we might be doing it here instead. So, which is fine. It's completely fine. But the pattern still plays out though, right? Still plays out. So that's, as far as consolidation and where we may be moving into here in the future. That's kind of what I think we're looking at. Hopefully that helps you a little bit. I think I can pull it as roll. You said, what is the off-exchange volume for Apple and or Amazon compared to AMC? Let me see if I can pull that for you real quickly. Let's see, where would I go for that? Let's go here. I'm going to look up Amazon because I think I understand what you're getting at. Okay, off exchange for Amazon is 34.11, and the CBOE EDGX is 7.04. So much lower values than AMC. AMC is typically in the 50 range on off exchange, so like 20% more. CBOE DGX would run somewhere around like between 10 and 13, and Amazon's at 7, like half the amount. Hopefully that helps you. All right, I'm gonna change a little my data here, guys. Let's see if we can't get like an idea on where we're, since we did break out of that. I still feel like we're holding a little bit of a different pattern now. Let me go back to what you guys are saying real quick here. Next level of support I have is 29.35, but it looks to me like there's definitely a line at about 28.98. Actually, level of support would be 28.49, and level of resistance would be $28.98, so basically $29. Yeah, I think so. Duncan saying 1.7 trillion in reverse repo according to Reddit. Jana saying I'm at K and we don't send alcohol, but you can send adult products to sign for adult. I don't know what that is. I don't know what K is. I'm trying to read what you guys are writing here. Ali's saying cost to borrow keeps rising. I'm not watching it. Oh yeah, it is. Most definitely. Most definitely. Michael says Spider-Man must have bombed this week. I mean, that's the whole. So JP saying incredible how volume completely died. I mean, don't expect that to remain the case. I don't think that that's gonna. I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. I wouldn't expect that to be a constant. Like I have very strong feelings that we could see some kind of like. I think we're about to see it. I think we're about to see a breakout here. We've got, if I'm not mistaken, this appears to be a bullish triangle. We have 2 touch points across the top. We have 2 touch points on the bottom. This is going to be our third touch point right here at $29. It's actually just slightly higher. It's 29.07. It looks like we're going to get our third touch point, and usually it's either third or fourth time's a charm. Not sure if this is the third. This may or may not count. Probably doesn't count. But we may see a third attempt right here, and we'll probably see it come back down a little bit more, and maybe a final breakout in the later half of the day today. We're getting really close. So who said cup and handle? Joshua? Only if we have, I mean, if you're trying to look at it from a daily pattern here, I see what you're talking about. I definitely see what you're talking about here. I can see that. What's going to happen though, I can almost assuredly tell you that like 90% of the time I call ascending parallel channels and it breaks out going upwards on the channels on the back side of the cup. So if we break out of this signal right here, this pattern, if we break out of this into an ascending parallel channel and it breaks out above the ascending parallel channel, like let's say we move kind of sideways, we come back down, we come back through, and we test back up here, and then we start going into like zigzagging motion upwards, and we break out of an ascending parallel channel going up, then I would say yes. But it would have to break out of an ascending parallel channel. That's what you always, like 90% of the time you see breakouts of ascending parallel channels going on the backside of a cup. Because see, you have the downside here, right? Is a parallel channel, but it wasn't. It was more of a wedge. So I don't know. It's hard to say, but I can see what you're talking about. It's nasty looking here, but if I go to like the 5-minute, it might look a more cleaner. But more than anything, it's this consolidation sideways. Remember that the head and shoulders were on the shoulder portion of this. So what could happen? Let me just look at it one more time. If the other shoulder was here, and this is the head. We could break out in the aftermarket hours. You might see like a really strong push in the aftermarket hours. Here's an attempt right here. I think this is going to get rejected. I don't know. I may be wrong, but I think this might get rejected. I don't think the volume's picking up enough. Okay, it's starting to pick up now. Volume's starting to pick up. It may not reject it. It might actually take. I'm telling you guys, if Stonkmaster called it, I'm gonna have to give that guy a hug or something. I don't know what, but I mean, it's pretty crazy. Boris says green candle good volume, red candle low volume. This seems like an attempt to hide bullish. Give him some bottle caps. He is one of my admins, so he's definitely in the running. The admins will definitely get a bottle cap if they want one. It seems so silly, guys. I feel so dumb handing out bottle caps. I'm doing this stuff for free though, and I'm not trying to get you. It's what I can give. I'm giving it all I can give. I'm sure I could work up something better than a bottle cap. Who knows? Maybe they'll receive something more than just a bottle cap. I do like Active Douglas's idea about putting something inside the bottle cap. I gotta include I gotta treat my well, Sean already gave up his bottle cap, but I have to include my admins. They do this for free also, right? If there's they're working. Believe it or not, they're working here. They're working to help provide information, maybe boot people. They're working, so and they don't have to. No, Sandy. I'm not saying I'm just going to give them to my admin. I'm saying I've got additional ones here that I'd be giving out to others as well. I was just saying that I need to make sure that I hit the admins up as well. James says I'll send you beers. No need. Rich Greenfield comparing movie going to Squid Game series, suggesting streaming is definitely taking over. Azrul, what'd you think of the movie that you went to? Like, I really don't know anything about that movie. I have other stuff. I'm not gonna say what it is, but I have other stuff here. I have other stuff. I've been storing stuff on my desk,
That was easy.
I've been storing. I can't give that one away, but I have other stuff here on my desk that I've been like kind of storing up as like I don't know, just memorabilia, I guess. Like my 45-year-old birthday balloons, you know, that I got for turning 45 in July, and then my really cool. Let's see if I can put this up on the screen. My really cool Bob Ross energy drink. Like, who thinks to put Bob Ross on an energy drink and call it positive energy drink? Like, that's like so. I don't know who this person is, but I love them because Bob Ross is like probably so not an energy drink type of guy, and I just love the contrasting like two things of putting some peaceful fun-loving person on a can for an energy drink. it's like it's like putting it's like putting Santa Claus on a box of for enemas. You know, it's like what? You know, and I don't know. No, I'm not bald, Zach. I've done proven that before already. Oh, and the plastic from your yeah, the pink margarita. Oh, that pink margarita was good. Let me check, Ivan. I don't think so. I've got the no. I'm gonna say no. So I had the two flags. So one of the flags is at 3050. That's for like beyond midday, which is what we're at right now. The first flag on the 4-hour chart was flagging at 3050. Sorry, I said the first flag. I meant the second flag. The first flag was for the beginning portion of the time. So the cloud started up at $32 in the beginning portion of the day, which we were really heading towards fast in the beginning portion of the morning, and that's why I have 3050 and $32. The second entry point was midday at 3050, which is much more obtainable. So if we pull up a 4-hour on this for the Ishimoto cloud, and we take out all this other junk so you actually can see it, what you'll see is we're in the cloud now. We are definitely in the cloud. And guess what? We have one more candlestick coming in at the end of the day. So when will that hit? That will hit at, let's see, this hit at 13:30, then 16, 17, 18, 19. No, we're done. So the next candlestick, so it really is the aftermarket hours. It's really starting to look like the aftermarket hours if we continue in this upwards price movement. Day traders would not buy here. I don't believe that they would buy this close going into the cloud. I think they would want to see a most 100% definite reversal in this pattern, which would definitely kick off if this price moved into the other side of the cloud. So the price has to, and that cloud ends right here is 30. It's $30.50 right here for the end of the day today. Going to the aftermarket hours, it dips down to about $30, and into the pre-market tomorrow morning is about $29.50. Going into opening market hours tomorrow would be around $29. So the likelihood of us getting the cavalry coming in here and the day traders absolutely just kind of stepping in up to the plate is increasingly high, and the lagging line, which is back here, this little purple line back here, this lagging line has crossed both the conversion line and the baseline and is above the price movements. And that lagging line, the purpose for that lagging line is to show a day trader, you know, if it ever meets up with the price again, that would be a selling point. So yeah, this is on a 4-hour trend here. It is looking really, really spicy, super, super spicy. We just rejected 2935. What is this line I got here? Oh yeah, that's the breakout line. It's the Ishimoto cloud, I believe. I believe that's what the cloud is called. It's IC. If you want to look up the indicator, Joe, it's called IC and it's Ichimoto. I believe I'm probably destroying it. I'm actually probably really super destroying the name. Let me see. I'm pulling it up on my computer. Ichimoku. Oh, I said, so yeah, I'm destroyed it. It's Ichimoku cloud. It's a collection of technical indicators that show support and resistance levels as well as momentum and trend direction. It does this by taking multiple averages and plotting them on a chart. That's Ichimoku. I'm still probably just absolutely destroying it. I'm not. If you guys want like, I tend to use Investopedia to like kind of look up some things, like, you know, if you want like good information. The first thing that really kind of pulls up for me on stock charts is school.stockcharts.com. So I'm just going to copy and paste that for you. I haven't actually gone through the data to see if I agree with everything that's on there, but there's a link to it in case you want to look it up. I mean, you can just use Investopedia or whatever pulls up for you. But that's a link to it. And one of the things that you'll notice too, when you look that up, is that you'll see that they actually call. Let me go to. Where is it at? I don't even see Investopedia. They actually have names for like there's Japanese names for conversion baseline and leading span A, leading span B, and the which is the cloud. Leading span A and leading span B are the cloud, and the lagging span. Those, in case you care, I mean, you can read it on the website yourself, but it says Tenkan Sen is the conversion line. Kijun Sen is the baseline. Senku span is the span A. Senku span B. And then there's the Chiku span, which is the lagging. But I mean, it's actually, if you ever, it's really fascinating. If you guys ever, you know, post MOASS or whatever, and you guys want to do some day trading or something like that, use that. Use that and look for good stocks that are moving into those periods of time that look like good swing trades, and really kind of use that as an indicator, because it's a great indicator, especially on the 1 hour and 4 hour intervals of time. You don't want to do day intervals, and you don't want to do lower intervals than an hour. I think a lot of people will recommend 2 hours as kind of being like a good time period as well. And I actually haven't looked at the 2 hour for the Ichimoto. Let's just see where we're at here on the 2 hour. So on the 2 hour, we're actually just out. We're above the cloud on the 2 hour. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Band. So the problem with the 2 hour is that on Friday last week, we broke outside of the cloud, above the conversion, the baseline, the conversion being above the base. The problem is that our price hit the conversion line. Now that would be, sometimes some people would see that as being like the first signal for selling. Not all investors would sell on the first time that it hits. They might let this kind of ride to see if it'll drive up some more in price. But the buying signal really would have started like midday, mid to end of day on Friday. And so, you know, we actually saw volume decreasing during those periods of time. So I don't think the cavalry showed up. We didn't get anybody coming in here to buy this period. And as somebody had mentioned earlier, I don't think that there might be some moving averages that we haven't crossed over yet, and we need to cross those moving averages to really get that that big level of support. You know, they use other indicators besides just the Ichimoku cloud. You might look at a lot of moving averages to see where this is kind of heading or trending. So the cavalry has not quite arrived yet on day traders. And you guys, like, you have to be realistic. There's always going to be day traders and swing traders in this market, no matter what. And you have to realize that. It's just a fact of life. It's not ideal, but when it comes to time for us needing support for getting price discovery or movement upwards, they really do come and help and save the day. So there's that. It is time for technical analysis, so let's go through it. Getting close to the end of the day here. Hey. Somebody mentioned earlier that we're in the green. I was just refreshing Fidelity. I was like, hey, we're in the green. Yay. It is what it is. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page and let me swing a few things over here. And let's take a look at what's going on here. That's not working. Let's see, do this, do this. All right, off exchange, where do we stand? 54 and 11 were our numbers. It's almost 55 and 11. I'll refresh it. It is now 55 and 11 officially. I did update this a little bit earlier ago when Ezra was asking me to check out Amazon, so the reason that it didn't increase as much is because I did refresh it earlier. So it's probably like the change within the last 20 minutes. This is getting really close to, it's getting close to being maxed out. Not quite, but it's getting close. Very, very, very close. Moving over to Ortex. Ooh. The borrow change amount has absolutely flopped over. What a change of direction. Okay, so an hour ago, we had 227.8 thousand shares that were being borrowed. It has now flipped over to a negative 1.87 million shares having been returned. Now, I'm going to tell you why this is very, very interesting to me. There has been a lot of loaning of shares in the last 3 weeks. Massive amounts. In order for failure to delivers to not really start stacking up on short positions, they're going to have to start returning shares. If they don't start returning shares now, those turn into actual failure delivers and they're forced to go to the market and start buying them. So if they don't start decreasing their borrow amount on short positions that are out of the money that got trapped, then, which is that whole kicking the can down the road, you guys hear that all the time. If they don't start kicking the can down the road like right now, they're going to be screwed by the time mid-January rolls around, because that's when the T35 would kick in. So, it looks to me like they might be borrowing shares in order to do that. Because I don't think that they're finding a whole lot, based off our buy-sell ratios, I don't think they're finding a whole lot of shares on the market. We'll see how that turns out. But that's going to be a decrease on the estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 19.91%. Moving over to the options. An hour ago, the highest amount of call option volume was at a $30 strike price. That is still the same. It went from 28.4 to 32. On the put side, it went from 18.6 at 25 to 21.1. Orders by Fidelity customers, 3, 4, 5. We slipped down to 6th position, but we're still running pretty strong at 62% buys to 38% sales. Not bad. Could be better, but it's not bad. GME still holding 28th position with 70% buys to 30% sales. They're definitely increasing their buy to sell ratio, which is very, very good. Looking great. AMC currently has an additional, looks like they borrowed another 100K there. And that's about it. Another 100,000. So now they're up to 7.4 million shares borrowed for the day today. That borrow amount is high. Super, super high. So you see what I'm saying? They borrowed and returned 7.4 million shares, but Ortex is saying that they returned 1.87 million shares. So they're using some of the shares that they're borrowing today to return shares on out of the money puts, so that they don't get failure to delivers in January. So that'll be an important number to watch. It'll be really, really important to watch. They showed a return on Friday. They're showing a return today. These are all negligible amounts, totaling about 2 million. They have about 30 million that they need to, no, 35 million that they need to recover before mid-January. And so they're up to 2. I'm going to start keeping a running tally here. $35 million by mid-January. Okay. 21.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 87.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The VIX has dropped significantly, but we'll take a look at that here in just a second. We could be seeing big price improvements here coming up. The NASDAQ is down 1.37. The Dow Jones is down 1.45. The S&P 500 is down 1.3. There's currently, the market's still declining, but it's not as bad as it was. It's actually starting to improve a bit. There's 5,818 decliners to 1,747 advancers. VIX has dropped from, it was at like a high of like 19% this morning. It is down to 9.74%, which could mean some really huge price increases coming our direction, although it just went up to 10% there. So but we could see some price improvement coming our direction as that drops. Tesla is down 3.32, Hood is down 6.18, Amazon is down 1.71, Cinemark is up 1.3, Doge is down 2.65, Bitcoin is down 0.54, GME is down 1.29, AMC is up 1.27. Our inflow versus outflow, currently we have 15-point spread with more outflow than inflow, even though we are up 1.2% right now. Our volume is definitely starting to pick up here. We have we're getting back into the 1 to 200 range in volume. Struggling, but we're getting there. It's almost like we're trying to kickstart one of those lawnmowers that has like some old gas in it. You ever tried to do that before? You ever tried to like pull start a lawnmower that's got old gas? You know, maybe the carb's a little kind of dirty, and so you gotta give it like 80 tugs. And finally it starts up, and the smoke just starts billowing out of the thing, and you think it's gonna explode on fire, but it's just because you let the gas sit in there over the winter. Yeah, that's what we're looking like right now. If you haven't done that, you've seen somebody do it before. I know you have. I know you guys have seen it before. Perhaps, depending on how old you are. Let's see here. Where are we at? Our volume. We were on an 83 million share pace for the day an hour ago. Let's see where we're at now. We're on pace for 73.68 million shares traded for the day today. If all we see is price improvement but not a whole lot of volume improvement, it's okay. It's not bad. We're still in the below phase. One of the main signals, one of the very biggest signals that I would see that would indicate to me that we've moved out of the below phase would be us hitting or missing both volume day over day and price day over day decreasing. So in this particular instance, we won't have volume. More than likely, we will not have volume increasing day over day, but we'll definitely hit a price increase. Well, I shouldn't say definitely. We should see a price increase before the end of the day. I want to say definitely, but I don't know. It might be negligible. It's like I was telling you before. You know, if we had 19% on one day, and we were only up like 1% or 2% the next day, and then like 1 or 2% the next day after that, I'm gonna say that we hit True Demon's trigger indicators, because I mean that's like 24 million or 23 million shares traded, or sorry, 23% upwards movement in price over a 3-day period of time, and all True Demon is asking for is 5% greater 3 days in a row. 23% versus 15, and it just so happened that just one day was more outweighing of the others. It's a pretty good indicator that I think that we're moving in the right direction. Taking a look at the daily interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 44.65. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 63.14. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.08. And on a 5-minute interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.72. We are moving upwards in price, or so it seems. Where are we going? So who said cup and handle? Who said that? Who's the guy that said that? Which one of y'all is going to call him out? Somebody tell me who that was. I'm not seeing it just quite yet, but there's a very good chance here. There's a very good chance. I'm going to delete this real quickly, but there's a very good chance we could be seeing. I don't know what this top point's going to be, so I'm not really sure I can draw this out just quite yet. But there's a very good chance that we're on an ascending parallel channel, and if we are indeed on an ascending parallel channel, which it kind of looks like we are, and we have a breakout going upwards, who said that? Let me see who's gonna call him out. Oh yeah, AMC Stockmaster. We're definitely on that inverse head and shoulder case. This picture that I was showing earlier, that's not it. I actually deleted it, but yeah. I should have just saved it. I don't know why I didn't save it. Too lazy. I don't know. If you take the canvas and you just flip it over, you can see you've got your. I'm just going to draw this again real quick here. You know, here's your devil. Yeah. Right there. It's a kitten. Oh, you know what this is? It's an exploding kitten. Exploding kittens. You guys ever play that game before? Oh yeah, that's a fun game. That's a good game. Exploding kittens. there, maybe here, and then here. It's possible we have some a little bit more sideways trading tomorrow. I don't know. It's hard to say. But I mean, yeah, you take it and you look at it like this when you invert everything, and then this is a very common picture for us, to where usually this means downwards price movement. But then you have to remember that I just flipped the image, and there you go. You got to turn that frown upside down. Oh man, I kill myself. I kill myself. See, you got to turn the frown upside down. That's how you see it. Frown upside down. Anyways. I actually showed that Sunk Master earlier. I'm just trying to show you guys like a different perspective. Like I want you to be able to see, I want you to be able to see some of these patterns that have repeated themselves over and over and over, right? And once you begin to see the patterns and you flip things around, like one of the most pronounced instances that we have ever had of that pattern is this one right here, right? It's just like it's so. Here's your exploding kitten's head right here. Here's your head and shoulders, which is your smiley face. And then what happens? Downwards price movement. Really far downwards price movement. And then here's another one. Here's your exploding kittens. It almost looks like you got two exploding kittens over here. And you know what happens when you have two exploding kittens, guys, and you match them up? You get to grab somebody else's cards. And then you got three exploding kittens over here in top of a head and shoulders. Oh my gosh, this is like that's unusual. Then you got another exploding kitten head over here in your head and shoulders. If you guys haven't played Exploding Kittens, you're missing out. You're really missing out. But this is our upside down exploding kitten's head and our head and shoulder pattern. It's just harder to see. Just harder to see. Not until you flip it though. Maybe, right? I mean, 3070. If this is indeed truly a cup and handle situation, right? Like if we just broke out of I mean, if you want to call this an ascending parallel channel, which, I mean, I got two touching points here, with a little bit of a false breakout, and I've got two touching points here. If we're going to call this an ascending parallel channel, we just broke out of the upside of this, and we have another ascending parallel channel that we can form out of that. Like I would say without a shadow of a doubt. Now this is on a daily, right? This would be a cup and handle situation on the daily. So we may not get two ascending parallel channels because we're almost to the top already as it stands. So if that's the case, then yeah, your resistance would be at 3070 or thereabouts, really close, right where I have the red line. You know what the red line is? That's your 4-hour chart for the end of the day for your cavalry of your day traders coming in according to the Ichimoto cloud. So yeah, it's possible. It's possible we see a push up to that mark, that 3050 mark, and then a drive back down in price, perhaps maybe back down to 2936, and then watch out for the aftermarket hours. Oh my gosh, I just realized that we were talking about cats. It's a sign, guys. Don't tell Jay Ingram. Please don't tell Jay Ingram. I don't want anything bad to happen to him. I don't want him to have a heart attack. Please don't tell him I said exploding kittens. But you got to play the game. It's super fun. If you like games. Only if you like games. It is that time, guys. It's time for me to go to break. And you know what happens when I go to break? I'm gonna leave that ascending parallel channel there. I'm just gonna leave it for now. And then I'm gonna draw. Who was the person that said it earlier? Joshua Bryson. Thank you, Crazy Pepe. Joshua Bryson. I gotta remember that. I know, right, Remtac? Like I don't want to get Jay upset, man. I like Jay. I really like Jay a lot. I think he's a great guy. In fact, I'll probably send Jay. I don't know if I can find out how to, but if I can figure out where he lives or a way to get in contact with him, I might send him some catnip for his cats or something. I don't know. All right, guys. I'm going to leave the page, I think, just kind of like this as it stands. And I kind of want to draw another trampoline before I go. So let me get this trampoline going here because I kind of feel like the retracement, or I feel like the correction back down would net us somewhere around here. So I'm gonna draw a trampoline, and I think I'm gonna draw it right here. I feel like I screwed this trampoline up pretty bad. And why is geometry like so difficult for me? I have no idea. Like, I don't know. Why couldn't I be an artist? I want to be an artist. Like, not just a music artist. I want to be able to draw things. Like, you don't understand. Being an engineer and not being able to draw makes you like an outcast. I can't even tell you like, how much of an outcast that makes you. Engineers are like really good for doing like fun, quick sketches. They really are. If you ever meet an engineer, ask him to sketch you something real quick. He'll do a pretty good job of it. Not this one. All right, guys. Maybe that's because I only got the. Maybe that's because I only got the. I was only a technician for engineering, so that's what I get for not completing my 4-year degree. Okay, guys, it's time for break. I will see you guys back here in just a little bit, and we'll finish out the day together. Let me put on some music for you here, and see you in just a bit.
Memories filling up my mind and I can't seem to push him back. These times ingrained in my mind and I just can't let it go. How did I lose the way through the things that really matter? These complications spin my dreams I see you again, on the same road we used to hide and escape. With that we used to dance to the fire, never thinking of anything else. I feel you, I need you, I feel you, you finally see me again. I need you, I feel you, I need you, you finally see me again. In my dreams I see you again, on the same road we used to hide and escape. That's we used to dance to the fire, never thinking of anything else. I feel you, I need you, I feel you, you finally see me again. I feel you, I need you, I feel you, you finally see me again. You finally see me again.
I hate interrupting the music. I feel like it needs to play the whole song out. I don't know. Maybe that's like the musician in me talking. But I feel like I gotta let it play. It's that time, guys. It is that time. It's the power hour. It's time to do a toast. Duncan telling a story about somebody driving a Lamborghini too fast and saying it's not fair. Ah, what to toast to? Christmas.
Ho, 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 you filthy animals. Merry Christmas. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Ha, ha, ho, 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 ho.
We're going to toast to Christmas. It's right around the corner. To us, to perhaps a nice shiny green Christmas presents leading up to the 25th. Regardless of whether you celebrate it or not. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Whatever it is for you. Cheers. Well, I'm a cheesy guy, government divides. I'm a cheesy guy. It ain't easy being cheesy, but dang it, I do a good job of it. Crazy Pepe. Oh, that got me. All right. It's time to do the technical analysis. Let me refresh fidelity. All right, taking you guys over the other page. Keep up with the latest trades. Trades. I heard somebody mentioned that Bad Back went over to his channel after all that crap that Bad Back was talking about Trey. All that crap, and he went over to Trey's channel. Good luck, Trey. I still love Bad Back. It doesn't matter. You all can go watch all the videos everywhere else. It's awesome. I love it. Refreshing the off exchange. Currently, it's showing 55.82% and 11.74 on the CBOE EDGX. Also updating Ortex. An hour ago, Ortex was showing 1.87 million shares having been returned. It's now down to 1.67. And I'll continue to watch that throughout the night. That's going to lower the, or actually it's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.95. And I'm still thinking about the whole Bad Back Trey thing. Refreshing the options. At a $30 strike price, highest amount of volume has increased from 32,000 contracts to 38.5. And on the put side, There was 21.1 thousand at 25. There's now 23.3. I mean, this seems to be becoming a really big habit of locking out those puts on the last hour of the day and just absolutely killing them out of the money. Seems to be a trend. Was this like 3 weeks now in a row, or maybe it's 4 weeks in a row now on Fridays? Going over to the main page here, orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 6th position with 62% buys to 38% sales. GME was in 28th an hour ago. They are still in 28th with a 69 nice percent buys to 31% sales. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Looks like another 100K. 7.5 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's quite a bit. 32.3 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 91,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts, and out of the money calls becoming very, very close to that number that I want to see under, which is 100K. So looking super, super good right now. Not bad at all. Taking a look at our markets. The NASDAQ being down 1.33%, Dow Jones down 1.56%, and the S&P 500 is down 1.32%. Market's still declining and on fire with 5,678 decliners to 1,878 advancers. The VIX is still showing 9.87%. Tesla increased. Tesla is negative 3.39. Robinhood is down 5.45. Amazon down 1.76, Cinemark up 2.13, Doge down 0.83, Bitcoin up 0.15, GME up 0.86, and AMC up 2.92%. Our inflow versus outflow currently is a 17 plus 6, no 4, 17 plus 4, 21 point spread. 21 point spread, meaning 21 million more dollars going out than coming in, and yet we are up almost 3% in price. Taking a look at our volume, we're not going to hit volume today, but that's okay. It doesn't have to hit. I mean, it should be both price and volume going up, but it's not. It doesn't signal the end of the blow, so we'll continue to track that. We got 15 minutes left here. $68.5 million shares for the day today is what we're kind of on pace for. Definitely having a spike up in volume here towards the end of the day. Having a real hard time pushing outside of this ascending parallel channel here. I mean, just not getting a really good break out of this. It really feels to me like we're on potentially another channel, ascending parallel channel, which actually that's very accurate with what we should see. Two breakouts of two ascending parallel channels in a row would be a huge indicator to me of a cup and handle formation on a single day. On the daily, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 45.71. On the hourly, we have More, it's close. More buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 65.85, which is definitely elevated. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 64.01, very high. RSI, or sorry, on a 5-minute interval, even buying and selling pressure with RSI at 60.87. So still has room to continue to move up, but we might see a little bit of consolidation here. Perhaps some downwards movement, maybe. Let's see if we can't get that spring off the trampoline here. Maybe I can finally hit one of these. And let me kind of go over a couple different things with you guys. We have a couple of news pieces that were either brought to my attention or things that I wanted to talk to you guys about. The first one brought to me by myself, but brought to me by Reddit. Username yes5252002 posted something saying someone already posted it, but all this tells me is our government is just as poopy as other governments, maybe worse because they do nothing and neither do the agencies to fix the problem. So there's a bunch of different articles that were all kind of posted together of things like U.S. regulator finds Citadel Securities, Goldman Sachs, just a whole bunch of articles that were basically like citing like different fines and whatnot by Citadel and other companies. Scotland Bank to pay 127 million fines. J.P. Morgan fined 1.26 billion. Just a bunch of corruption. Hello. Also screenshots. This was posted to me by AP, one of the moderators here on the channel. Screenshots released by the Department of Justice. This is actually posted by on Superstonk from Region-Formal. Screenshots released by the Department of Justice from their investigation of Anson funds, examples of disgusting minds, and collusion of predatory short sellers. Keep in mind their target here, FaceDrive, provides eco-friendly ride-sharing, community food delivery, and healthcare services. But there's basically like conversation between two people, and texting says, "How can we short some FaceDrive FD? LOL. How's things, bro? Haha. Float is locked up. Check back with me Monday though. Don't forget. Haha. Okay, I'm setting a reminder. Can I call you tomorrow, bro? Sure. FD dropped nicely today." Then goes on to say, looks like Saiyan CEO of FD pulled a same job back in 2006 with Creative Vista's CVAS. Laugh out loud. I'm sure you know already. Then they provided a image. Says you loaded up. Yep. Haha. Naked through 076 10,000 shares. My buddy TD and RBC 0 borrow. And is that it? Tomorrow good. Scan Twitter. Any reports coming tomorrow? KK Rockets. You see any tint, anything from the big boys? I don't know. Anyways, it's, an example of short hedge funds trying to short a company that does good services for people. I don't know. And then the brewing, this is posted by Mr. Silver Kong. The brewing bond chaos from China is much bigger than Evergrande. Evergrande is the second largest developer. Kasia, Fantasia are right behind it, and they're also in default. A smaller player called Sunshine 100 also defaulted on their dollar bonds. More are coming because all of those ones that were in debt are playing the same games, and have similar risks. There are also the fact that there are several of them have gone down. The cost of credit is going to go up for the survivors. The one that should be really concerning to Wall Street is Shimao. Here's a good video on what their collapse means. But they're basically making this post here is basically making it sound like this is not the beginning. Like Evergrande's just the beginning of a bunch of other companies failing as well. Yeah. And I think that's it. That's all the stuff that I found while I was on break. Yes. Oh, and Nikki said Adam Aaron's tweet. Yeah, he did a tweet. I was gonna actually bring that one up and I forgot to. Let's see here. So Adam Aaron posted 260. Whoa, Nelly! An exclamation of surprise or astonishment, especially when something is more intense than one expected. At Sony Pictures just updated the Spider-Man numbers to 260 million. Now the second biggest movie opening of all time. Choke on that even more. Because he had actually posted 253 earlier and said choke on that because that's what the original posting was for those numbers. Now it's 260. It'll probably go up some more. Anyways. Why are they so insistent about going around my trampolines? Can't they ever just hit one of them? Why do I have such an innate ability to place these trampolines in areas where the price just will not hit? I think it's kind of odd. I should just one day I think I'm just gonna start the stream and I'm just gonna have like trampolines across like I'm gonna have put them up going up like this, and like we'll just have to watch like the price just like traverse across the top of the trampolines. It's not allowed to go anywhere else. It's obviously a stop sign. You're not gonna let me live that one down, are you? Sorry, Empire Fire. We're coming back for you, buddy. We're coming back. I mean, it's close. It's just missing a side, right? No, I guess it's missing more than a side. It's missing 3 sides. Whatever. Who cares? What's a few extra sides? I'm gonna jerk. This is so bad. Why do I have no talent? It just turned it into a circle. Why am I deficient? It's closer. That's much, much closer. Oh, Monty, my price prediction was way off. My price prediction for the day today was 35.5 to 38.5. Eric had 30 to 33, so he's getting close. He's the closest. The only problem with this stop sign is it looks like it's falling away from us. It looks like it's like flat on the ground or something. I don't know. I'll tell you what, guys. My my spelling is probably about as bad as my stop signs. If it wasn't for Microsoft Word, I don't know how I would have gotten through school. And of course, back in the day, it was Microsoft Word. It was Word Perfect, something like that. I was destined to be born in the digital era. Because if it wasn't for the F7 key, I would be hosed. I'd be a hoser. Hey. My dog's here visiting. Smith Corona word processor? That sounds familiar. That might be even older than I can remember. However, I learned how to type on an Atari 2600. And I played this game where there was a wizard inside of a spaceship. And the spaceship was in the middle of the screen, and on the four corners of the screen were aliens that were coming in towards the center of the screen where the spaceship was. And if I didn't type the words that were at the corners of the screen or the letters or whatever it was in those sections, then the wizard wouldn't zap the aliens with his wand with electricity and fry them. And it was really realistic. It was an amazing game. I mean, it was, yeah, I mean, you know, wizards and spaceships, because that was a thing. A Radio Shack Tandy computer. Wow. Boy, that thing, I think that thing's worth money now. Guys, I can't promise you that anything crazy is going to happen in the aftermarket hours. In fact, I would probably be led to believe that they'll try to manipulate the price down the most during that period of time. But I would keep an eye on it. I mean, not that it's going to do you any good, but it might be fun to watch. I think we could see some weird things happen, very potentially. I know one of the things that I'll be watching today is not that Vortex. I'm going to be checking throughout the night tonight. I want to see that. I'm having a hard time believing. The only way that they would have been able to return shares today was through the massive amounts of borrowing that they did, which was 7.5 million. A normal trading day would yield somewhere around 4.5 million shares borrowed for the day, and today was 7.5. So if they use some of the shares to kick the can down the road on some of their loans, then that's where that came from. Because I don't think they found them off the market. With us crossing over $30 here, I'm curious what that does to the options. I guess when I looked at it earlier, it was already over 30. I mean, that's the name of the game, right? So here's the deal, Ali. We were running the math the other day, and I think institutional brokers sold somewhere in the range of 20 to 30 million shares to allow there to be a trap for about 35 million shares. So I think what we have happening right now is I think we're on a countdown timer for 30 T plus 35 days, which is going to net us pretty much in the middle to the end of January. And so they need to find 35 million shares between now and the end of January. And so if you do the math, like if we do the math every single day and we start looking at what Vortex is reporting on returns, then we can start subtracting from that number and see how close they get. One of our largest amounts of failure to deliver amounts that ever spiked was in January of this year. And that number for that spike was 27.6 million. And that was really high. If we were already up high in price now, like I don't know how much the price increased back then. It went from looks like $2 to 17. Let me work out the math here. Yeah, that's a 750% increase on price. Let's just say, for example, that same type of scenario occurred to where some amount of shares were failure to delivers this late January again. If we were to enter into that period of time with price around I don't know. Let's just say 30 right now. We'll just say 30. Then you would take the 30 times let me make sure I get this right. That can't be right. Yeah. So we'd be looking at like $120. No, 150. Yeah. Like $150 ish. If we were to, that's assuming that that's where we started that whole process at. I have a feeling we're going to be going up in price. So we're really, I mean, we're setting up a scenario that's looking very, very, very similar to the same scenario that GME had going into their January squeeze. Very similar. What did our price? What was our high today? 3070. Okay, that didn't beat out Friday's number. Oh my gosh, are they going to finally hit my trampoline? No way. We were on the threshold list last December. Yes. I don't know. Actually, no. I don't know that. I don't know if that's the case or not. I would imagine we would have had to have been, right? In order for there to be that many failure delivers, we would have had to have been on the threshold list. It would have had to have been. I don't know for a fact if that's the case. Doug, welcome. I know, no kidding, right? I tried to draw it as big as I could so I could get it the springboard covering right into the end of the day. They hate hitting my springboards or my trampolines, so whenever I seem to place those, they just love getting the price right around it. So I hate giving them room at the end of the day. Joe says, Joe said AMC going straight into the Pentagon. Yep. No. You don't understand, Joe. That's a stop sign. Most definitely 100% that is a stop sign. I mean, if you can't see that's a stop sign, I don't know, man. I don't know. That is a stop sign. Sean said it looks like your double horn theory, basically like the exploding kitten. I mean, on a macro, guys, like, I mean, you look at this right here, and a lot of us have been saying, you know, cup and handle kind of situation. I would have liked to have seen the cup kind of finish out a little bit higher. I think $30, 30.50 would have been ideal. And then falling back down, perhaps. This is looking a little lopsided here, but ultimately, I think on the 30-minute interval, I think this head and shoulder, or basically this picture that I drew here, flip it back over. I think this is going to play out where you've got, you know, your exploding kitten head. When I flip the image, it's easier to see. We've seen this pattern with the devil horns and the shoulder head shoulder pattern formation occurring. You know, I think we may have one more day of sidewards trading going on in here before moving, according to this chart right here, down. But you have to remember this is inverted, and so when I flip it back over, we should be seeing that sidewards trading here, perhaps going into tomorrow and maybe taking off tomorrow. But yeah, but we do have exploding kitten's head over here. What the heck? Like, hit the dang trampoline already. It's a great question, Einstein. It really is a great question. I mean, really, what I think you have going on here is I think that you have an attempt. Well, first off, I mean, we entered into the day with just massive amounts of volume, which you can see down here. You know, we had like really incredible volume right up until about probably right here. Volume really got hit hard right here. 1021. I mean, they really drove down the, you know, the volume right here. So think about this. Think about investors, right? Think about not just investors, but anybody who's in the stock market, right? Who's buying. As price starts moving down, and they spent a lot of shares trying to get this price down. I can guarantee there's a lot of shares spent here. Then they let the price run back up just a tad. Then they started short attacking at the right time as soon as they sensed weakness, and they kept driving this down. They kept playing this ride short, ride short, ride short, and they kept playing this game until finally, at some point, investors kind of went away, which is probably this time frame right here. This time right here is when investors just kind of walked away and said, like, you know what, screw this. I'm not buying anymore until I see a bottom or I see this thing starting to take off, because I really just don't know where it's going to go. And so you see volume like just completely fall off here. Any investor whatsoever is just kind of like, this is stupid. I'm not playing this game anymore. And so, you know, a bunch of little back and forth going on here, and then they let it rip a little bit here, and they're controlling the price as it goes up. It's been much easier to control with volume lower in the you know, less than 250,000 share range. And so now we're playing this game here where we're fighting on their territory of low volume. So why are they doing this? Because it's easier to control, right? If it's going to cost them money to kill volume, why not? Why not do that, right? Because if volume is your enemy, then how do they attack it? They spend some money borrowing shares, and they attack the price down and prevent there from being any, you know, investor enthusiasm about buying the shares. But they didn't do it in a fashion to where it was like rapidly dropping, right? Because if they rapidly drop the price too quickly, then they might get a bunch of investors who are like, "Ooh, fire sale, right?" So just do it like on a nice, controlled, even pace. Lull everybody into a sense of we're not doing anything today kind of mode, and then slowly let it kind of take off a little bit and basically finish out the day as close to sideways as possible. So it's a form of trying to control price from getting out of control. Very, very effective. Very effective. I figured for sure we'd be above 33 bucks today. At least 33 bucks. And they managed to control the price really well. But on the other hand, though, I think we still did a great job of continuing to buy through this. 63.78 million shares coming towards the end of the day today is over our average 3-month average volume, which is good. So we still have volume potential. I can't necessarily say that going into tomorrow. I am kind of expecting like a sideways trading day tomorrow, but I think we might see volume kind of kick back in possibly Wednesday. But it all depends on what happens in the aftermarket hours today, really. Yes, it does matter. So on this inverted head and shoulders here, typically speaking, you want your head and shoulders to be, you want your shoulders going up to be higher. In this particular instance, I just drew the line down here. This is actually really kind of bad. I don't know if I can delete this without. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Because really I should have drawn this line up here. Somehow ignore this. Wait, maybe I can go backwards. No. Try to ignore this right here. You're right though. On a typical head and shoulders, you would want your trailing shoulder to be higher, especially if you're going to be going upwards in price, which is not happening in this particular case. That's not a problem. I don't see that as a problem. It should be higher, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. I'm okay with it. It's not terrible. Yeah. The 1 hour. I mean, that is just, that's really crappy looking. Like, I really think, Ali, I know it's, I don't know.